안녕. 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 Hello. Ow, ow. Were you literally waiting to time that as soon as I came on stream? Is that what it is? Is that what it is, Yuki? Huh? Answer me. Teta Peppa. Hey, good time. Gumi Adi Eve, everyone. It's been a week.
Objection!
It's been a week since I've been able to wish you guys Gumi Adi Eve on stream.
Emotional damage!
Anyways, hi guys, welcome back to another stream. My name's Ari Song, aka Song Ari.
Take the opportunity to say a few things. Ari is a cutie. Ari
No!
is a cutie. Ari is a
No!
cutie. Ari is a cutie.
No. Don't listen to the slander. That's not true. I'm cool. I'm not whatever those two letters were. Thank you so much for the 3 months, Vic. Thank you. Kamsa. Yeah. I appreciate all the support, as usual. But yeah, I'm sorry I've been gone for a week. If you haven't seen from my social media or my Discord server, I've been sick. I've been sick with a really bad cold, and thankfully I'm pretty much almost like all better now, but there's still like a lingering sneeze, so if you ever hear me like blow my nose or anything, that's the reason why. And my webcam is making me look really tired. What the heck? It's making me look eepy, but I'm not eepy today. I am definitely not eepy. I spent like 5 hours of my life outside today. I'm not eepy. Neko? I'm not a Neko. Okay, hold on a second. My webcam is actually looking like ass. Hold on, I need to adjust this. Alright, how does that look now? Still eepy. How about if I push my glasses upwards on my face? Now my eyes look like they're closed. What the heck? There is no one in here. There is deadass no one in here. Okay, maybe I need to push my laptop back. Maybe that will help fix the issues. Okay, hold on. Okay. How does that look now? Hello? 안녕. Hi everyone. Thank you for peeking in. I'll be reading out peekers in just a second here. As you guys can see, I haven't streamed in a hot minute, so I'm like trying to recalibrate my webcam. Because my eyes look all off and weird. Hello. 안녕. What if I try turning my webcam off, and then back on? That's how we fix most of the issues, right? Hold up. Camera off. And then camera back on. And now I'm gonna stare directly into the webcam and try and like manually calibrate it. Hello? Do you see my eyes now? YouTube Studio? Hello? Okay. I think we're back. We're so back, chat. Hi, cool. Alright, there we go. How are you guys doing today? How has your week been? I backed up from her PC, but she backed up so much that she was now in her neighbor's house. Excuse you. I live in a townhouse. There's nowhere for me to back into. Unless I destroy the walls, which I don't think my neighbors would be very happy about that, and then we'd have to pay like hundreds of thousands of dollars, so... Oh, what the heck? We have no BGM right now. What the hell? You've been listening to nothing but the sound of my voice this entire time. Why? Why was my BGM muted? What the hell? Hey, it's not a Gumi stream without Gumi scuff. Am I right, guys? Isn't that right? Anyways, let me thank my peekers now. Thank you for peeking in, Blitz, Bolt, Phoenix, and Mice. And Peaches, thank you. Kamsa. Make sure to maintain your peak stream streaks, guys. It only costs you 1 channel point. And now I've got a whole backlog of chat to catch up on. Glad you're feeling good again. Yeah, thank you. I'm so glad to be back. I will be streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday this week. So I'm back to my normal schedule. But for a minute, I was a little scared that we were going to be able to go ahead with the Friday stream. Yeah. PJ, thank you for sacrificing your soul today. Thank you, Kamsa. I'm actually gonna do something a little different with the soul redeem for next stream. But I have to like make another toggle in VTube Studio, but I can't do it right now because it's gonna take too much time. But for next stream for sure. Hello, beloved Gumiho. Hello to you too, mice. I've been used to EP Gumiho. Well, see, like, I don't want people to click into my stream and then be like, why the heck does she look like she's falling asleep? Is the game boring her that much? I don't want them to have any misunderstandings like that. Nothing like that. Yeah, so tonight is a big collab stream with Meteor again. We're finally back with Milgram. Oh, I almost forgot. I don't see YouTube chat. YouTube chatters and lurkers. If you have messaged anything at all in like the last, I don't know, 5 minutes, I've probably missed it because I forgot to put up YouTube chat in OBS. My deepest apologies. Please allow me 3 minutes to grab the URL for the chat box so that I can manually paste it into OBS. I formally apologize for all the scuff. Oh my god. Yeah. Alright, just need to go in there. And click into here. And then, come on, show me my chat box. Why do you take 5 seconds to load? Okay. Unpin that message. Annyeong. I will see who peeks in a second. Okay, I grabbed that. And then I paste it into OBS. And then I hit apply and then close. And then I bring up the YouTube chat box. There we go. There's my sweet YouTube chat box. Hi Sam, thank you for peeking in. Hello. Scamming YouTube. I feel bad because like I'm not able to keep up with YouTube chat that often. So sometimes people will like message over them and be like, oh no, she's not reading messages, or oh no, she got to it late, and I always feel so bad. But I don't have multiple monitors, so it's hard for like when I'm alt tabbing, right? Because of the position of like my chat boxes, sometimes like I only see Twitch moving and I just forget to check YouTube entirely. Hi, as I That was not the foxgirl I wanted. Welcome back. Hi, Azai. I hope you're recovering. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty much almost back to normal now. As I said earlier, just some lingering sneezes here and there, but if I don't run into any more chilly, below 60-degree environments, I should be okay. By the end of this week. She says almost dying to reach. Listen. Okay, I don't know about you guys, alright? This is veering into TMI territory. But whenever I whenever I eat spicy foods, or sometimes if I like drink milk or something, then my throat will feel like it's developing mucus, you know what I mean? Like I feel like there's mucus developing on the back of my throat, and sometimes that messes with my voice a little bit. I'd be like, or sometimes I just have to like normally hack it all up and be like, okay, now I can speak more clearly.
Hey Ari, what do you serve at a disaster party? Catastrophe tea.
Thank you for the 10 bits. That was good. Catastrophe tea. Except that's a pain in the ass to say. That's a mouthful. That's a mouthful, but I get what you're trying to get at. But yeah, I don't know what the science behind like the mucus development is like, particularly for spicy foods or dairy foods. Or I should say more like dairy drinks. I'd have to look it up later. Starchy foods also make phlegm thicker. Oh, makes sense. Anyways, thank you for sacrificing your soul as well, mice. Thank you. But yeah, I actually have Boba with me today. Gongcha has a collab with Line Friends, specifically like the mini line. So it's basically the Line Friends characters, but like in very tiny baby, really tiny baby versions of them. So I got a strawberry milk tea. It has actual blended strawberries in it, but unfortunately the ice is melting, so the milk itself might be a little diluted at this point. But it's supposed to be strawberry milk tea made with coconut milk, and then it has like really tiny white pearls, not like the normal size, but like maybe a quarter of the size of your regular boba pearls, and lychee jelly. So it's really yummy, minus the fact that the ice melted. But once you get the strawberry, like, blended parts and the tea, it tastes so good. It deadass, like, oh my god. That's the sugar boost, the blood sugar boost I needed for today. Boo Pie! Hello! How are you doing? I hope you're doing well! Also, sorry, I'm eating boba right now, so if my voice sounds weird, that's why. This is why I always get light ice. Unfortunately, I was not able to change the sugar or ice levels with this drink, which is... I'm not a big fan of that. I think I may have, like, gone on a rant. I don't remember if it was in stream or in Discord, where it's like, I despise boba shops that scam you for your money by charging you extra to, like, get rid of the ice in your drink, you know what I mean? Or they put... They only serve ice in their drinks. They only serve ice in their drinks, and then, like, they don't give you any options to change the ice levels. And then they still charge you, like, $6 to $7 for a medium-sized drink with toppings. But anyways, I don't want to go over that rant again. Definitely on stream, I remember this. Yeah, I'm just like, I want to get my money's worth of my goddamn tea, okay? And I especially dislike it when the ice melts and, like, they lose the flavor. Sometimes it's okay when they make the tea, like, really, really sweet, because then I'm like, oh god. I gotta mix that in with some water real fast. Otherwise, I'll have a stomach ache. But normally, I don't get it that sweet. I think I said this before, but I'll say it again. I have more free time now that I don't have classes anymore. Sounds good, boo! Congratulations on finishing your classes for the semester. I hope you were able to finish on a strong note. And now it's time for summer break. But yeah, I keep forgetting that it's like basically mid-May and all the college students are graduating, and then all the high school and middle school students are either basically like in exam season or they're pretty much almost done with their semester. Also, because I missed it earlier, starting to actually get some acceptable weather around here, and work is picking up, so things are alright. It's acceptable weather, like 80 degrees. 80 degrees Fahrenheit. I was having this conversation with Fenix and like some other folks in our Discord group watch last night, and I want to see y'all try and survive more than a week in Korea's peak summer weather, because the temperatures keep rising every year. People thought that I was like joking or exaggerating when I said, combined with the extreme humidity, Korea has been facing like over 100-degree weathers, summers. But it's not a joke. It's not exaggeration. My mom was there last year and literally reported it to me as they like, from the forecasts in Seoul. Maybe we should get Yugra, like whenever Yugra lands in Korea and shows up again in the Discord or in stream, we should ask him. We should ask him what he thinks this year's summer is gonna be like. What's the temperature, Celsius? We go by Fahrenheit, unfortunately, in those states. Goddamn Fahrenheit. We should just hurry up and convert to Celsius and the kilometer standard already. We actually had things to do, so I was out on the ramp for a while. With a hoodie, of course. Yeah, see, like, try wearing a hoodie in 100-degree weather in Korea. You will be looked like as a madman. If it was Celsius, then you guys must be cooking. If it were in Celsius, then we would have already burnt to a crisp. I'm sorry. I'm not sure we'd be alive at that point. It's 105 degrees Fahrenheit constantly every year for me with a high humidity and all, or 42 degrees Celsius. Oh my god, no, see, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. those extremely high temperatures are just intolerable for me. I can't do it. I can't handle it. What about you guys? What's like the maximum highest temperature that you guys think you can tolerate? And I'm talking about in like the peak of summer. The peak of summer, not a cloud in sight, no breeze, just the sun like what's the word? Blaring down on you. By the way, I face 30 to 40 degrees Celsius, so it's not alien for me. Yeah, I mean, like, if you live in a more humid climate or a tropical climate, especially close to the equator, then you are no stranger to these temperatures. But for us plebeians in the more northern or southern parts of the globe, we might be a little bit spoiled. 75 is already too hot for me. You are like a little baby. You are little baby. 80 degrees Fahrenheit. All right. I mean, like, understandable, but still a little too low even for me. I think the maximum I can tolerate is 85. Once it started getting above 85, and especially in the 90s, I start sweating profusely. 80 degrees Fahrenheit or 27 degrees Celsius is already too cold for me. How is that cold for you? That's like it's teetering between the edge of warm and hot for me. Realistically, I could probably stand up to 115 actively moving around, slightly higher if I'm just chilling with a hoodie though, right? When do you take off the hoodie? Would be my question. What temperature would have to force you to take off that thick ass outer layer? Is the temperature of the air conditioner I have on? No way! No way! To be honest though, like, my house is built weirdly. Especially because of like the windows that we have. I've mentioned this before, but I also was talking with my mom the other week and she clarified it a bit for me. So I've mentioned that we have windows that like intentionally don't like trap any heat inside. But I've also noticed that our townhouse is cool during the day, like cool on borderline cold. But during the night, it extremely heats up. Like, it gets stuffy. And then my mom is like, oh yeah, that's because it traps heat to release it during the nighttime. And I'm like, what? That makes sense for the winters? I'm gonna be honest, on winter nights, like, I don't feel the difference between like daytime cold and nighttime cold. It's still freezing for me. But in the summers, you want to release heat during the night? Oh, hell no. So as soon as it starts getting to like, I don't know, 80-degree nights in like, I don't know, July, I'm gonna have to turn on my fan again. But the thing is, my mom always turns off my fan every single morning. And not because she thinks I'll catch a cold. There's like this myth in Korea that if you leave the fan on running while you're asleep, then you'll die. And she says she doesn't believe in it, but honestly, the way she acts with fans, I low-key think she does. I low-key think she buys into the myth just a little bit. Just a little bit. She says she's not superstitious, but I side-eyed her sometimes. Tell me it's not true because I am wearing a jacket and thick blanket right now. Oh my god. Oh my god, never mind, Boop. I'm putting you in the same category as Phoenix, as in people who have extremely high tolerances to the heat that I do not understand, to the point of wearing thick clothing in summer weather. Hi, Soul, thank you for peeking in. Hello, hello, how are you doing? You need professional help. Y'all need to see a licensed medical professional. This is not normal. She's not a fan of it. She's not a fan of fans. Say it ain't so. Gotta order me a heat lamp? I don't think I'm ordering that anytime soon. Not for the next 6 months at least. Hi-go-chan. Okay, hold on. I need to drink more of my boba before it actually becomes a diluted mess.
Objection!
But to be honest, guys... Oh, hold on. And before I accidentally choke on one of these, oh my god. So in my boba drink, I mentioned that I got like the really tiny white pearls, right? But I don't know what it is about the texture, and it also might be the size playing into it a little bit. But the tiny white pearls kind of reminds me of sago. I don't know if any of you guys know what that is. Maybe if there are any Asians in chat, specifically like, I don't know, Southeast Asians, they might know what this is. It's similar to tapioca, but it's more so like, kind of borderline tasteless jelly balls is like the closest description I can give it. And you kind of like serve it with ice cream or milk or things like that. But it's not the same as tapioca. They kind of have like a more glassy, clear texture to them. Yeah, boob. Sago. I actually used to have sago at home because my mom was like, well, let's try making boba at home. And then what she brought home was not tapioca pearls, but sago. I mean, they were still fine, but they were supposed to be taro flavored. And I shit you not, after boiling them and like dropping them in a cup of milk, I'm like, I don't taste the taro at all. Maybe they would have enhanced like the flavor if I had put them in actual taro milk tea, but I didn't have taro milk tea mix. Sago is our traditional food here. Yeah, I love sago. I don't have it as often as I would like, and I am still like a big tapioca fan, but the next time I have the opportunity to get some sago, I am grabbing it. The stuff served as part of dessert soups. Yeah, exactly. And that's another thing I want to try, dessert soups. Cause I see those sometimes in like YouTube videos where they show up all like these different like desserts from around the world. I'm like, oh god, that's one thing I really want to try. It feels like such a chill, how should I put it? It's probably like one of those optimal chilled desserts that you just want to like, you want them down your throat. You don't want to like chew on anything too solid and you need some liquids to go with it. But you don't want to actually drink like iced coffee or something like that. The we've got tapioca at home shit. No, I kid you not. She went to the Asian grocery store and she was like, hey, this seems like a tapioca boba set, right? And then she brought it home and I took one look at it and I'm like, Mom, that's not boba. That's not boba. Me boiling it. Mom, the color's not black. That's not boba. Sad taro. What do you mean sad taro? I love taro. Taro is one of my favorite milk tea flavors to get. I don't like the actual taro milk tea. I don't like taro milk tea that's made with actual taro. It tastes disgusting. If you have ever had the opportunity to actually eat the fruit that taro comes from, okay, no shade to anyone who actually enjoys genuine taro, but I feel like I'm eating a potato or a sweet potato that does not taste sweet and does not taste like a potato. It's like some random generic boiled root and it makes the milk tea feel like chunky and gives it like a certain lopsided smoothie texture that I'm not a fan of. So I only get the powdered taro milk tea from the bubble tea chains. That one tastes good. I should try it and be depressed. Don't waste your money. If you can get someone else to buy it for you, then sure, but don't spend your own money on that. No, because like I've tried like genuine taro milk tea from like a local shop here. The first time I was like, that doesn't look as purple as I expected it to. Oh, there's actual taro chunks in here. And then I took a sip and I went, oh. And then it took me the next 5 hours to attempt to finish it. Now, the second time I bought it, I was like, okay, maybe the first time was just a fluke. And maybe taro, the taro root will just grow on me. Spoiler alert, it did not. Spoiler alert, the taro root did not grow on me. Which is a shame because I really like trying authentic teas, authentic milk teas, and so forth, but I think taro and I just don't vibe well with each other. You know, our wavelengths do not match up. We were not intended to be fated partners in this lifetime. Skibbity gat, hola, senor. Hello? Hola? I don't speak in Skibbity, sorry. The only time I speak in Skibbity is to sing the parody opening for Arcane. Oh, the misery. Everybody wants to be my Skibbity. Spare the singers. Everybody wants to be my Skibbity. Oh yeah, I didn't mention it before on stream, but Vina and I finished Arcane like about, what was it, last month? Season 2 exists. Season 2 exists. I think there were definitely like really high highs throughout the Arcane show. It's not like the most like, how should I put it, deeply written show. Like, it's kind of predictable, but at the same time, like, they execute it so well, at least in season 1, where I'm like, okay, this is an enjoyable show. I'd like to see where this goes. And then I watched season 2, and I think with every new episode, I was just kind of dying a little inside. Like, I've seen online how people are like, oh yeah, season 2 is like much worse than season 1. And then Vina ended up liking season 2 a lot. And I'm just here like at the end I was like, Arcane season 2 is a show that exists. What do you call a group surrounding a celebrity potato? An entaroid? Oh, wait. But isn't it pronounced entourage? So would it be entourage? Let's, you need to consider the pronunciations a little bit more when making these jokes. And this is low-key a pain to figure out how to pronounce. Rafe, if you could hold back on the skibbity speak, please, and not spam chat, that would be great. Thank you very much. Wait, I just checked it and I thought it was familiar. Turns out it's called Sabudana here. Oh wait, is that Arcane's name in your country? Sabudana. Oh no, it's the food! The food! I was like, did Arcane get translated into like another name or something? Oh, we're talking about that. Sago name. Sago is a starch extracted from the pith or spongy core tissue of various tropical palm stems, especially those of Metroxylon sagu. Yeah. We make kir from that. Ooh, wait, hold on. Let me look that up. Kir. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. It's a pudding or porridge. Oh, I love me a good porridge. Regardless if it's like juk or kanji or whatever, porridge always slaps. Man, you guys are making me even more hungry. Time to sip even more on my boba. It's tasty as fuck. No, I bet. And sweet. I actually haven't really had sweet porridges before. I think traditionally in like East Asia, we make our porridges more savory. We tend to boil them with like abalone or sesame oil, that sort of thing. But I want to try sweet porridge sometime. Alright, I bring some serotonin. Oh, serotonin? What's that? Oh yeah, says we're coming up on it. we'll be starting the collab with Meteor in about 15-ish minutes. I usually go live for about an hour before it collabs because I want to like get all of my yapping energy with my community out of the way. And it's been like a week since I haven't been able to stream for a week because I was sick, so I just wanted to catch up with you guys. But yeah, did I announce it earlier in stream? I forgot, but my schedule for this week. Tomorrow I'll be streaming Honkai Star Rail 3.2 and also on Friday. But next week I'm starting Nier Automata. Yay! I'm finally starting the JRPG I've been wanting to play for a long time. Okay, now I don't know if Nier is technically a JRPG. I know it's in the hack and slash genre, but I don't remember if it's categorized as a JRPG. But I'm officially starting it next week, and as you may have seen in chat, with the arrival of a new game category means new mods. So you might have noticed that Fenix has a shiny mod badge. And also Vina will be another mod for Nier streams. Yeah! Can you guys give them a warm welcome and congratulations in chat? Fenix and Vina impressed me in the mod applications, and I'm so looking forward to working with them to make our Nier streams as fun as possible. To be upfront, they're only obligated to actively mod for Nier streams, so like in other like non-Nier streams like Honkai Star Rail or collabs or just me yapping in general, they may or may not be modding actively. But I was looking for Nier mod specifically because none of my current mod crew is familiar with the game, and I'm trying to make my playthrough of Automata as blind and spoiler-free as possible, so that's what they're gonna help me out with. But yeah, I hope you guys treat them well as new mods. They're still gonna be hanging out as usual. They might just need to bring down the hammer sometimes if people like act out of line. But yeah, don't give them too much of a hard time when that happens. They're just doing their job. Welcome, you double soldier soul. That's true. That's true. Now that Fenix is legally binded to me as a moderator, he's not actually legally binded, but for the sake of lore, now that he's doubly legally binded to me through his soul, good luck setting up his new court. Bro thinks he can establish a new court to sue me in. Bro played himself. The only thing I know about Nier is the MCS waifu material. Okay, so personally, I don't know why people think that the Nier Automata MC2B is waifuized. I think she has a really cool design. Like, I don't really see where the sexualization comes from. I can see how it can be sexualized because I've seen cosplayers like here and there. But the actual game design itself seems like pretty okay to me. But in Nier in general, it's kind of set in an apocalyptic time period, in an apocalyptic setting, and it can get pretty philosophical. And that's pretty much all I know about it. And I would like to keep it that way until I find out what the game is actually all about. I'm still setting up my law office. You can't stop me. In the contract, in the moderator contract, it says that you cannot sabotage me. That's definitely a real thing that exists. Bro didn't read the fine print again. SMH calls himself a lawyer. Remember, folks, no spoilers and glory to humanity, Yorha. Yeah, no spoilers, guys. I will discover things as I play the game. Oh yeah, spoiler, NPC named Ari joins in the banner and kicks Pardo and becomes a new Neko girl. I'm actually not pulling for Pardo or Cypher. I'm skipping all of 3.3 in Star Rail, guys. I'm not pulling for Haiki. No, I'm not pulling for the unicorn fat fuck. I've seen the memes on Reddit. And I'm definitely not pulling for the fake cat girl either. I'm waiting till 3.4 because Finance finally been tripped. Finance. Wow. Also, Fade collab in 3.4. Wow. I did say that the Fate Club will have its own banner and separate pity system and may last beyond 3.4, so that gives people some extra time to like save up their jades and stuff. Show me the documentation. Reread the damn contract, Phoenix. The proof is right there. Bro, Ari, well, actually, you are you are but a plebeian wonderling who does not understand anything, and you are not very smart. But I am smart, actually. I wanna slap some glasses on my model sometime. I don't know if I'll make it redeem, but I definitely want to make it a toggle because I do wear glasses IRL, and I'm curious to see what my model would look like with glasses. Hey Ari, can I make a song recommendation? Sure. What's the song rec? Why do you want to slap the glasses? I didn't say slap the glasses. I said I wanted to put some glasses on my model. Sadly, I couldn't speedrun Nier in time. Curse you, Oblivion. It's okay. It's okay. I never want people to feel like they have to rush games just to like apply to be a moderator for a certain thing. Nier is a game that you should take your own time and pace yourself to soak it in properly. There will always be next time. Who knows? Maybe I'll reopen mod applications again for Replicant. I don't know if I'm gonna stream Nier Replicant or not. I'm only committing to Automata first. But I do have Replicant. I was gifted the game by chat. I also have other games that chat has gifted me that I need to play, like My Side, and I've got Monster Hunter Rise as well. So at some point, I think maybe in the summer, I'll start scheduling some of those games. Fun fact, in the US, a legally binding document can be anything, including a napkin, as long as it's signed and in some cases notarized. That is true. That is true. Then again, they're throwing out some legal precedents in the USA. But if I get into that, we get into politics, which I don't want to discuss tonight. By the way, Ari, HSR character review is just one character or many? You know, I actually forgot it because it's been so long since I reviewed an HSR character, but probably like one, I guess. If you try to make me review like all 10 of yours, then nah. Maybe like maximum 2 or 3. But also, I won't be doing any character reviews tonight because I'll be collabing with Meteor, so I won't have time to do that. Diana. Hi, Diana Dinosaur. Hello, I'm here for some awesome Milgram reactions. Yes, we will be starting soon. I actually just got a DM from Meteor, and he's gonna be ready in about the next 5 to 10-ish minutes. So yeah, you're just in time. We're just yapping right now. I usually go live before collabs about an hour early to yap with my community and just chat about anything and everything. Cause I'm a big yapper. I love talking about anything under the sun. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen from the title already, this is actually a perfect segue. Again, a Meteor, aka Meteor Falcon, and I have been spending about like, this is our 3rd stream reacting to Milgram contents. About a few weeks ago, we finished reacting to all of the songs in the first trial, and tonight we'll be starting the 2nd one. Now, we will not be able to finish tonight, but I expect to be able to make some pretty good headway. So that does, I will repeat this again once we actually start the collab, but if you are already familiar with Milgram, please make sure not to spoil anything. This can range from like, oh, XYZ character actually committed the crime, to, oh, your theory is wrong or on the wrong path for XYZ character. So any spoilers or allusions to like incorrect or correct theories won't be allowed in chat, because we've been having issues with that in YouTube comments. So I actually unfortunately already know like spoilers for 2 characters. Which makes me a little sad. Okay, I'll spoil them. It was Ari. Ari killed them all. She was the imposter all along. How dare! How dare you try and implicate me? Off to the gummy dungeon with you! I'll snitch. Not if I do first! It was Yuki! It was Yuki who framed me! I have all the evidence right here! He's the true imposter! Okay, I'm a spoiler-free Milgram expert, so no problem. Yeah, sounds good, Diana. Thank you, for being so understanding. And stop objecting, Yuki. Stop it. You can't get out of this. You can't escape your fate. I'm gonna throw you into, like, the prison of Milgram, and you will not be able to escape it. Ever. Ever. Thank you for the posture check, Bolt. Oh yeah. And the hydration check. Should I drink water or my boba? I'll drink my boba. I feel like every time I take a sip of my boba, I glance back at my cup and like, it looks like the same amount as before. The ice is melting too much. Nyatana, thank you for the alert, Yuki. It was so nice. It was so nice chatting with you again. Let's see you try. Yeah, I'll fucking show you. I'll show you, Yuki. Yum, yum, yum. But yeah, for Milgram, I think we can maybe get through, I don't know, maybe 5 to 6 is like my moderate estimate. If you get through them faster than we did the first trial characters, maybe we could get to 8 or 7 or 8. I don't think we'll...
Focus, woman.
What the fuck am I supposed to be focusing on? I'm not playing anything. Fuck you. I'm removing the sticky note. Fucking focus it on. It's the yapping session. I am focusing on the yapping. Fuck you. Fuck you. What kind of boba did you have? So it's a... I don't know if you have Gongcha where you live. It's a bubble tea chain. And they're currently having a collab with Line Friends Minini, which is like the baby versions of the Line Friends characters. So I got their strawberry milk tea, which is mixing with coconut milk. And it has like really tiny white pearls, like tiny white pearls and lychee jelly. And there's actual blended strawberry in the drink. It's very good. Language? I don't know about that. I don't have family-friendly or PG tags on stream. Sorry, I'm trying not to choke on the pearl. I can't talk while chewing. That's rude. You know what I did one time with Boba? Become a machine gun? What the fuck? Like, were you shooting Boba out of your neck or something? That's disgusting. That's disgusting, Yuki. I hope you know that. I'm disgusted. That sounds so good. OMG, I'm thirsty. Oh no! Go drink some water. Go drink some water if you're thirsty. But yeah, do you have any boba chains where you live, Diana? Or any boba shops at all in general? A weapon to surpass Metal Gear? Oh, I want to play Metal Gear sometime. It looks fun. There's a lot of games I want to start playing this year. I mentioned this like before, but I'm kind of thinking about maybe doing like a series on stream where I either like play games I've already played before, or play games where I watched the cutscenes for on YouTube like 20 years ago, but never got the chance to actually play them. And the reason for that is like, sometimes I feel in the mood to like play a game on stream, but like be kind of like be cozy with it. Like, I'm kind of familiar with it at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I just don't want to play something new. Sometimes I just don't want to, like, jump into a game all fresh. I know that makes for better content, but sometimes I'm just like, man, what if I just played Kingdom Hearts for the funsies? What if I just played Omori for the funsies? Well, the sad funsies, but the funsies in general. Then play Halo Reach? Okay, so funny thing, I watched the cutscenes for Halo 4 and Halo 5 back when they came out. I don't remember if I was caught up with the original Halo trilogy. It's been so long. But then after Halo 5, I was like, what the hell is Halo even coming to? And I stopped. So I actually never watched cutscenes for Halo Reach, and I never played Halo Reach. But I did hear that Halo Reach has a sad ending. Play Mass Effect The Legendary Collection. I'm not biased. Maybe Mass Effect one day. Maybe. Play Doom and Doom Eternal? No! Why should I play Doom? Give me one good reason why I should play Doom. I do need to finish Valhalla though. That's the main problem. That's the main problem. I'm stuck barely progressing through half a day or one day. At that game, and I think I still have like 6 more days to go. I think I'm on like what, day 13, day 14 at this point. And I definitely haven't unlocked any secret content. You eat soul? Is it the good kind of soul or the nasty kind of soul? Try the new Doom because it's new. I mean, yeah, generally when looking at games, I compare both the original and new versions, and I look at reviews to see what's like, which version is the one more worth playing, you know? But in general, the new versions tend to have like more quality of life updates and more expanded story, better visuals if it's a remaster, so almost always I go with the new version. That's an extremely long haul, plus the first game is a real commitment since it's old and very rough by modern standards. Oh, okay. So that's one vote not in favor. To be clear, guys, I don't know anything about Doom. I just don't really want to commit to Doom. From the very little I've seen of it, it doesn't seem like a game that would appeal to the typical genres I dabble in. Spicy souls. Hopefully not too spicy. You know, actually, guys, I don't know, but like recently, like mildly spicy food has been bothering my stomach a lot. I don't know if it's the same for you guys. And it's low-key sad for me because I love spicy foods. I used to have Fuuta all the time as a college student. But I think it's because like recently I've been having like, my intestines and stomach have been going through it. And I've been getting like acid reflux every now and then. So I think sometimes when I eat spicy food, even when it's just like kimchi with rice, it'll upset my stomach. And it may or may not give me acid reflux, but I'll feel like the pain about like 30 minutes to an hour later, and I'm like, damn. I'm growing weak. I'm losing my touch. I actually had to stop like eating food after like 8 or 9 p.m. Well, I have boba right now, so I'm already breaking my rule. But because of like how bad my acid reflux got after I got sick last week, I had to like basically like cut out everything after 8 p.m. cold turkey. Only drank water, and then I started sleeping on my left side because apparently if you sleep on your left side, then it kind of like gravity pulls the acid down towards like the bottom of your stomach, so it doesn't like get caught up in your esophagus and things like that. Because I was like, sometimes I could taste the acid in the back of my throat, which is like, it's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. I hope you guys never have to experience that. It tasted like sour rancid metal. But yeah, as soon as I did that, my acid reflux symptoms like basically disappeared. I mean, well, okay, to be fair, I also took like 3 pills of omeprazole. which this is not medical advice. Go see a doctor if you have acid reflux. But this is basically what I did to like allow myself to finally sleep at night. It tastes delightful. No. It's even worse when sometimes you can smell the acid too. Like you can like taste it in the back of your throat and at the same time you smell it through your nostrils too. I'm telling you guys, I was like scared like every other day that I had horrible smelling breath. So I didn't want to go outside. I didn't want to go outside and hang out with anyone and be like, they'd be like, did you brush your teeth? Did you clean your tongue? I'm like, yes, I'm just sick. I have acid reflux. I hope it gets better. I do too. I mean, like, I'm okay now, but I generally, like, from what I read online, acid reflux, especially if it gets tied to other diseases like GERD or gastritis or IBS, those are pretty much like lifetime diseases with like no cures. You can mitigate your symptoms, you can manage your symptoms, but you can never fully cure them. So the most you can do is just like make lifestyle changes so that you're not bothered by it like literally every night. You can have a little acid as a treat. I think the next time I do try to eat like really spicy food, like Fuuta 2 times, I will at the very least, I'll take the omeprazole, and then immediately after eating the spicy noodles, I have to neutralize it with like water or Milgram, something like that. Because I don't want to play around with like my stomach or intestines anymore. I need to live into at least my 60s, guys. My 60s and gumiho years, by the way. My 60s and gumiho years. You can remove your stomach? That's a one-way ticket to hell, my dude. That's a one-way ticket to hell. Oh, I wasn't talking about Doom. I was talking about Mass Effect. Sorry for the confusion. Oh, okay. You're good. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not in a rush to start Mass Effect. So we'll see. If I get to it, I get to it. So 2 votes on Doom. Well, what if the streamer vetoes it? It's not like this is a subathon reward where you guys actively get to choose my next game. I still have veto rights. Doom is fun and all, but it's okay as a series for me. It's good for mindless blood and gore. Yeah, see, that's not really my type of game. When I play games, they're either like puzzle games or like cute games where I can just turn off my brain and relax. Or I really like playing games with rich narratives. Stories, plot, even if like the plot is nonsensical like Kingdom Hearts, I still love that kind of shit. I eat up the character development and the interactions with each other. It's probably why I never really got into FPS, because FPS is literally just shoot at your enemies and don't get killed, and that's the game. Also League. I know League has lore, but like if you look at the actual gameplay of League, I'm like, how do people get addicted to this? I don't understand. Then again, it's like what, a MOBA or something? MOBA, MMO? I'm mixing up my genres. Anyways, I don't plan to touch League ever with a 10-foot pole. I vote Blueprints. I have seen a lot of people play that game recently. I kind of want to try and play it. Actually, how much does it cost on Steam? I might buy and pick it up. If you like puzzle games, you should play Blueprints. My Oshi has been playing that game and holy crap, it's so good. My peanut brain... Oh, hold on a second. I opened up Steam too fast. I couldn't finish reading chat. My peanut brain could never solve it. I actually watched Made Mint. I watched Made Mint play Blueprints for a little bit. I think it was like her first stream and I caught like the tail end of it. It looks cute. But I feel like there's probably a sad backstory behind it or something. Or maybe a dark twist, who knows? Alright, opening up chat on my phone because we'll probably be starting COLLAB soon. Oh, also, as we'll probably be starting about a couple of minutes, so just a heads up. We run ads like basically every hour so that we can disable any pre-rolls for both you guys who are currently in stream and especially incoming viewers. So I appreciate the understanding and the patience. I won't be like actively conducting any like stream related content during ads. I'll just be here chilling. Once we like start the actual collab portion, we won't be reacting to anything during ads either. So that's just my usual early disclaimer. I'm a little delayed. It's okay. It's okay. Sometimes like if you don't already have low latency checked in your Twitch player, that can help. Sometimes also refreshing the website can help. But yeah, it's all good. It's all good. No worries. MOBA plus booba equals mooba. Bleh. Bleh, 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 bleh. Have you heard of Your Turn to Die? It's an RPG Maker game with a really good story. I have not actually. It's my first time hearing of it. What genre is it? I mean, like, I know it's RPG, obviously, but like, what's the vibes like? Is it like Undertale goofy? Or is it like more serious? Or is it kind of like, what's that one horror game called that's really famous? That really famous horror RPG Maker game. I think it starts with like an I or something. But anyways, I have Steam up. Let's see. Blueprints. Oh, it's $30. I might have to wait until it goes on sale. Not that $30 is bad. I just prefer to pick up games when they like go on discount. Your Turn to Die. Oh, it's a multi-ending horror adventure game. Early access. The last update made by the developers was over 22 months ago? This is an early access game and they haven't updated it for 2 years? The story is for you to find out. True, actually. I'll add it to wishlist, but I might not pick this up until it gets out of early access. I'm sorry. There's just a lot of games where they launch in early access and it's either not the full like story or a game, or it very clearly has a lot of bugs that need to be fixed. So I don't like picking up early access games. What game? It's called Your Turn to Die. Most people compare it to Danganronpa, but you just point and click stuff and it has some puzzles. Interesting. Interesting. I mean, I don't mind point and click stuff, and I don't mind puzzles either. But horror is not typically a genre I dabble in. Omori is probably like my sole exception. But to be honest, like, despite its heavy trigger content, which does exist in the game, most of Omori is like, it's kind of fun actually. Most of Omori is just like fun, whimsical adventures, or it's just chilling. But that's the most I can say about it without veering into spoiler territory. Let's play Nokopara. I don't plan to play Nokopara, guys. I'm sorry. No. This is a game that I hard veto. Yes, I sometimes play visual novels on stream, but I've seen Nokopara content and no. I'm not about extreme waifu fan service. I have to get going. Hope you have a good rest of stream. Thank you for the alert, Bolt. I hope you have a good rest of your night and hope to catch you next time. Bye-bye. Okay, me off to sleep now. It's 6 AM right now and haven't slept at all. You should go sleep. Go sleep already. Go now. Have a good night. Have fun on collab. Thank you. And yeah, the VOD will be up for the collab if you guys cannot stay for the full thing or can't make it. So no worries there.
Objection!
No. No. Alright, I think meter will probably be ready in about a couple minutes. Let me drink some water. Actually, another thing I've been thinking about doing is like when I have like just pure yap sessions like this, not like my pre-yapping before regular game streams, but like before collabs, or if I'm ever doing like solo yapping streams that don't have like a general focus, I might like open a new channel on my Discord server, which if you're not on my Discord server, you should join. But I might open a channel on my Discord server. You guys can submit videos for me to react to. I think that would be fun. Now, if we react to anything, I'd have to make sure not to do it for YouTube. Like Milgram collab, Milgram reactions are like an exception. But like in general, reacting to YouTube videos can basically not make the copyright system very happy. So those would have to be Twitch only. But I remember last time when you guys basically submitted like a bunch of random meme songs for me to react to, and it was like, that was the craziest yapping stream I've had ever. People would come and be like, Ari, what the fuck are you watching right now? And I'd be like, please, please, this is a misunderstanding. It's not me who chose this to react to, it was chat. I've been framed. What? Hi, Bartholos. Don't worry, we're not reacting to anything sussy. At least not right now. Hello, Bung Boos. I am Robin. No, you're not Robin. You're Bartholos. Stop faking your identity. You're the rascal who keeps stealing our treasure chests and Honkai Star Rail. Okay, like, actually, guys, I hope they tone down the number of Bartholos appearances in the next few maps, because I've had it up to here with, like, its mini games. And then when it, like, traps you in combat, sometimes I'm like, hell no, this takes up too much time. I'm trying to finish a quest here. I'm trying to finish exploration here. They're robbing your attention. I've been had. I've been had! I've been tricked, backstabbed, and possibly even bamboozled. I'm back with some nice chicken dumpling soup yummers. Ooh, nice! I love chicken dumplings, especially in soup. Sounds like a really nice cozy meal. Today for dinner, I had like... we're kind of like using up everything in the house before we go grocery shopping because the economy. So my mom made some macaroni salad, and then she boiled some mussels and made like a kind of like a slightly spicy dip for it. It was so good. I'm not really a big fan of macaroni salad, and like the macaroni was okay, but the mussels at the tip, oh my god. I have not had a good meal like that in a really long time. We've been subsiding on just like leftovers for like the past week, so. Meter is running a little late. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. The wassels? The weasels! The muscle wussle weasels, the measles. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Whoopsies. I did not think about that before I spoke. I was like, M-E-A-S-E-L-S. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. That sounds uncomfortably like the actual disease. Macaroni salad. Yeah, I'm not like a big fan of many pasta dishes. And macaroni salad has to be like actually done right for me to appreciate it. But tonight's was okay. Oh, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Meteor! It's 8:17. Actually, no, it's 8:18. What happened to be being ready by 8:15 at the latest? I'm just pulling your leg. Take all the time you need. Oh man, is chat actually delayed? Holy. Y'all might need to refresh a little bit. I've gone way past that. I've gone way past measles talk at this time. Enna? I'm sorry. Maybe if you grovel on your knees and apologize in Enna language, I'll forgive you. Say the what now? Apologize in Enna Bamboo language. My brother in Christ. Enna, 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 Enna. Enna, Enna, Enna. I love when my streamer friends just walk into one of my streams randomly and I'm literally saying the most unhinged thing ever. Or it's not really even unhinged, it's just me being off my knockers. Please, you don't have to. He doesn't have to, but he could. And do it with more certainty, with more sincerity. And oh, hold on a second. You're not appearing on stream. Uh-oh. Let's try talking again.
Yo, yo, yo.
Yay! There we are.
It's a me, Ari song.
No, that's not. I'm Song Ari Song. You are the wanderling bamboo. I almost called you a bamboo. Sorry. You're a bamboo shoot.
It's the bootleg one. it's the Temu one.
Yeah, exactly. The Temu one that gets like 500% tariffs.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's actually, that's actually true now. Oh, man. That's actually true now. Okay,
And Nana.
let me start up my stream. Okay. Start up my stream as well.
Sounds good.
Yeah, my bad. We can't. Oh my gosh, we had like we have a lot of rain today.
Yeah.
There's a freaking leak in the roof.
What?
Leak in the roof. Yeah. Had to deal with that.
How long did it take to fix it?
Yeah, I haven't fixed it yet. I just put like a temporary fix until tomorrow.
Damn. Yeah, I hope you get it fixed soon. A leak is no joke.
Like literally, I saw water on the floor, and I was like, "Did someone just like something and not clean it up?"
Did someone like knock over a bucket of water and didn't mop it up?
Yeah, like a water bottle or something. And I was cleaning it, and I felt a drop on my shoulder, and I was like, "What?" And then I looked up, and I was like, "Oh shoot."
Yeah, Milgram Bartholos. Soon. Don't worry. Actual soon, guys.
Yeah, I'm just setting up my stream.
Yeah. Just be patient for about 5-10 more minutes. Bamboo shooting yourself on the foot. I see. Blitz! Buritsu. If you say blitz like very butchered English, it almost sounds like bullets.
Yeah. For sure.
Pulitzer Mage.
Pulitzer Prize. Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah.
Is that when you sell a good book or something?
So the Pulitzer Prize is like for basically like any excellent stellar written work. So it can also be for journalism.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah. Actually, let me look it up. Get the full thing. Yeah. 23 annual awards given by Columbia University for journalism, arts, and letters. Yeah, apparently, Kendrick Lamar, his album titled Damn, also got a Pulitzer Prize.
What the heck?
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough, I suppose.
I've been meaning to check out more of his discography. I listened to his latest album GNX because like I got into the songs after watching his Super Bowl performance. I was like, holy heck, I might have to check more of his music out. This is great.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Boom, boom. Okay. Stream is up. Let me notify the Discordio.
Yeah, Discord.
Activity Milgram. Not a song.
I can't believe we're finally going to be reacting to a second child tonight.
I know, right? I feel like it's been so long. I feel like it's been so long.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's building up, building up all those theories.
Maybe we'll finally be able to react to third trial in real time.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
There's only one video released so far from them, but still, yeah.
Oh, still only one video?
Yeah.
Wow. I thought that there would have been more drops by now. I guess it's a slower pace than I thought.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it does take a lot of time to make all the music videos and things like that.
Mm-hmm. Don't worry, Akusi, not late, not late. We're literally just about to start the Milgram portion.
Pretty soon. Okay.
Yeah, typically I go live about an hour before my collabs just so I can just yap with my community. So don't worry.
Okay. Oh shoot. All right. Shall we do the knock?
Yes. Ready whenever you are.
All right. Oh shoot. Okay, there we go. Let's get there. Got this ready over here. Okay.
Oh, apparently needs to actually join the call. What the fuck?
Oh, like the Fako Discord call? Oh, yeah. We need that as well.
Hold on a sec.
Yeah.
Wait, let me knock on yours.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Cool. Do a little bit of that, and then COLLAB. Hey, Peaches. And then we shall share the chat.
Yeah.
Be on your best behavior.
I have shiny new mods, so you gotta behave. Actually, jokes on y'all. They don't have to mod until when your streams start.
Oh yeah, I didn't remember you said you were doing that.
Yeah, they start next week.
Ooh, very nice. Hype. Big fan in here.
Yeah, I'm so excited to play through it soon. I've been meaning to play it for years.
Oh yeah, it's definitely one of those games you gotta try at some point. Boom, boom, boom. And then we do a little bit of this. And a little bit of share the screen. And I have Nitro now, so I can stream at 60 full max quality. For that, they gave me a Nitro like trial for a week.
Ooh.
Yeah. So now you get maximum quality for the video.
I didn't want to make this post, but I have no choice but to bring awareness. Nearly a year ago, I paid for an art commission from Meteor Falcon that was never delivered. I was patient, polite, and gave endless chance, but I got ghosted. No sketch, no update, nothing. Just silence after they took the money. If this is how they treat clients, people deserve to know. Don't fall for the same scam I did. What do you have to say for yourself, Mr. Meteor Falcon?
Your Honor, Your Honor.
Don't test my patience, defendant!
Your Honor, I dropped it somewhere.
You dropped it.
Yeah, I dropped it somewhere.
Where's your evidence?
Well, I would have it if I didn't drop it.
Take him away! Back to
What?
jail!
Hey.
You need evidence to prove your case in court. How dare you waste the judge's time?
I would have it if I didn't drop it. I would have it if I...
Oh, so you mean to tell me that your dog ate the commission? Is that what it is?
Objection!
Well, no, I don't have a dog. I'm terrified of animals.
That's what you want the judge to think.
Maybe. Maybe not.
I don't know. I don't think his case is holding up, guys. I think we should resort to what they did in the Salem witch trials and toss him in the lake.
What the?
See if he floats or sinks.
I don't know about that one.
Well, we don't have any evidence, so what am I supposed to do now?
We could pretend I have evidence.
But that would be perjury in the court of law.
Perjury, smurgery.
Meteor is not in contempt of court as the defense of dropped it has been provided. Therefore, Meteor has not wasted your time. If I don't see any evidence in front of me, then my time has been wasted. That's just the law of the Gumi court. Innocent until proven guilty. True, but I need evidence.
I dropped it.
Well, you should have protected it harder.
I dropped it.
Witch! I know, right? Witch! Witch!
I don't agree with this.
Maybe you should have thought about that before you dropped your evidence.
Okay, fair.
Your Honor, he dropped it. I forgive.
See, there you go. Okay, we're good now.
All right,
See,
well-
it's all good.
The prosecutor has decided to withdraw the case, so my hands are tied here. You're a free man now, Mr. Meteor Falcon. Don't drop the evidence again.
Okay. That was easy.
Your Honor, I'll see kissing. I thought my consent 12 years ago. Bruh!
Okay, that is hearsay. There's no evidence backing that one. That one has no evidence.
Alright, I think we're starting to jump on the allegation strain now.
Your Honor, I want to sue for misinformation.
Misinformation or defamation?
Yes.
Bet! Bet!
Okay, down here. All right, I think. Oh, my back. Okay, that should. Good. All right.
Alright, give me
think
1
everything should be
second.
set up. Yeah. You're good.
Like vroom 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 like a supersonic. Might as well throw in an additional charge for a libel. Triple whammy. 혹시 이건가? Why is it not appearing on stream? That's weird. Oh, wait. Oh. There we go.
Okay.
Alright, let's get the YouTube chat out of the way and okay. I think we are good.
Alrighty.
Oh, I'm covering you in your slideshow.
Oh, even I'm covering it a little bit, actually.
Now you guys can only see my head.
Yeah.
I want to charge her for being a silly little guy, a silly wacky dude. That's... Oh, wait, no. That meter has triple charge whammies. Okay. Alright, new case in the court.
Ari,
Suit
I might
and
need to
counter
borrow
suit
a
and
20.
counter suit and counter suit.
Does it all like fight each other?
Pretty much.
Does it cancel each other out? If not, Ari, I might need to borrow a 20.
20?
20,000.
Better make sure to pay me back.
Yeah, why wouldn't I?
I'm sure I'll see that money back in my bank account again with interest.
It could be interesting.
That jackalope has no thoughts in his head.
He's vibing.
I think he has more thoughts in his head than you would suspect.
You'd be surprised. All right. Are we good to go?
I think we are.
I think we are as well.
Oh, hold on.
Double-
YouTube chat disappeared again. Hold up. I'm bringing you guys back.
YouTube chatting. Oh yeah, let me okay.
By the way, mods, chats, even if you're not familiar with Milgram, if you see people kind of like acting up a little bit, being like, theory wrong, or things like that, or kind of like discussing things that seem more detailed than they should be, feel free to use the exclamation point spoilers command to warn chat and get back on track. Thank you.
Get back on track. All right. Okay. Check one more thing. All right. Excellent. I think it's about time to do it to it. All right. Hello, all you beautiful people. How are you guys doing today? Welcome back to part 3 of reacting to Milgram for the first time with Arisong. Today, we'll be reacting to the first of the second trials. Ideally, we'll get through about 5 or so today. But yeah, how you guys feeling so far? We had a little bit of a break, a couple weeks break. How you feeling? Excited?
Yeah, are you guys excited to see who's who? What if it turns out that like people are just like not who they appear to be? Maybe they have a secret name that we don't know of.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Who done it?
Who done it? No, never mind. I can't do that. Okay.
Free myself. I'll never free him.
Oh yeah, that's everybody's. Yeah, everybody's thinking about it.
I won't free him out of spite.
Sure, pure spite. Oh, okay. Wait, one quick thing. Let me see. If I can start the
go
YouTube
ahead.
stream. I completely forgot about that.
Also, welcome lurkers. We appreciate you guys. Feel free to just continue to lurk and do your own thing. Regardless of whether you're actively listening in or not, we appreciate you guys sticking around.
Okay.
And I gotta sip on more of my boba. What is Milgram?
Oh, okay. I want to see how you explain it because you got a good depth of it.
So Milgram is basically, it's kind of like a very unique prison complex. And basically, we, or I, the viewers themselves, are represented by this unnamed guard who wakes up in said Milgram complex. And then Mr. Jackalope here is like, okay, you've got 10 criminals who are all accused of murder, and you have to decide whether they are guilty or not. Or a more accurate translation would be like, do you forgive them of their crime, or do you not forgive them of their crime? So now the more meta definition of Milgram is basically, it's a music video project created by Deco27. So basically what we do is we watch one music video for each of the 10 criminals, which will basically present their story, provide some clues as to the crime that may have taken place, or their motives, or backstories, or whatnot. And then using that and other evidence from their interviews or sometimes their audio dramas, which we won't be reacting to on stream because of time constraints, but I'll be watching them off stream. So basically we combine evidence from all those and basically decide, are they guilty or not guilty? That is Milgram.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Yeah, pretty much hit the nail on the head.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, it's like a mystery story where the mystery is told via music videos.
Mm-hmm.
More or less.
Yeah,
Yeah, very
basically,
nice.
like, our choices affects, like, the future storyline. So what we're reacting to right now has already, like, been completely voted on, taken place. We're in the second trial. They're currently undergoing the third trial. So basically what happened is, in the first trial, people decided if the criminals were either guilty or not guilty, forgiven or not forgiven. And that actively affected, like, the characters' alliances with each other, if they like each other or not, their psyches, their perspectives, their future actions, yada yada.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what we'll be exploring in the second trial.
Yeah. Okay. Unfortunately, it seems like maybe I can't stream to YouTube because I'm streaming to Discord. So I
Oh,
might put a pin on that one, but it's okay. Although I can't seem to cancel my starting of the YouTube stream. Uh-oh.
uh-oh.
Okay, no, it's fine. Okay. So yeah, sorry about that. All right, technical difficulties. Sorry about that. My bad.
You're good.
Okay. All right. We are back in the mix. Okay, we are back in the mix. So, yeah, just pretty much like Ari was saying, for people who don't know what Milgram is, yeah, it's a bunch of music videos made by Deco27, some other very talented, amazing people, telling us about these 10 people who have killed somebody. They have indeed killed somebody, and it's up to us to deem them innocent or guilty. And just like Ari was saying, it's less that they're innocent or guilty because they have all killed everybody, but it's up to us to kind of determine whether, do we forgive them or not based on the circumstances of their murders. Okay. We have a little bit of a refresher course before we go into everything here.
Nice.
So what happened so far? The key takeaways is we have reacted to all the videos here. Out of everybody, about 4 of them were designated guilty. Most of them were designated innocent, and that has changed the dynamics. So, like Ari was saying, our character is symbolized by S over there on the left. During the lull period between trial 1 and 2, S, which is us, actually went to sleep. And while we went to sleep, some stuff was going down. So we'll go to the next one here. These are all the characters. Oh man, that last one wasn't loaded. But we can see here all 10. We got Haruka, which Ari said was innocent, and the other people agreed. We have Yuno. Ari also said they were innocent, and the actual result was innocent. We have Fuuta, which is the first time that Ari went off the path. Ari said he was innocent.
I still stand by it.
Deemed him guilty.
Mhm.
Still stand by it. And then we have another one, Muu, who Ari said was guilty, but the actual result was innocent. Then we have Shidou here, who was designated as guilty, but the final result was innocent.
He is guilty no matter what, chat. I don't care.
We have Mahiru here, who's designated guilty, and that's the same as the final results. Kazui, innocent across the board. Amane, guilty both ways. Mikoto, guilty both ways. And Ko, guilty both ways. So, just a quick run through about what happened. So, because we deemed Kotoko innocent, Kotoko took it upon herself to be our harbinger of justice. And what that means is she started brutally attacking all the people we deemed as guilty. So because of that, characters like Mahiru have been absolutely beat up by her, and she's kind of hanging on a thread. Fuuta was as well. Thankfully, Shidou is a doctor, so he was able to save both Fuuta and Mahiru. She also attacked Mikoto, but Mikoto was strong enough to kind of stop the fight or like make it like a neutral situation, and she didn't have enough time to get Amane until we woke up. aside from that, I think there wasn't too much interaction. Also, Haruka kind of has like a bond with Muu now, and maybe we might see it in this upcoming music video because this will be the first one. Everybody ready?
Yeah.
It's time for the first one. This is gonna be Haruka's second trial video called All Knowing and All Agony. Listen to it for a little bit and then tell me if the audio's good, and then we'll do a quick restart. Okay.
Time to put thinking caps on. I can hear it.
Okay. Keep the comments up.
I don't like the look in his eyes.
Yeah, looking a little bit sus. Okay. Oh, he has a kid now.
This room's a mess too. There's a lot of detailed pictures on his bed.
Yeah, a lot of water too. Ooh, whose cabin is that?
Seems like his mom's girlfriend's? I'm gonna assume.
Oh, he's going crazy. Hug me as you once did.
There's definitely a lot of aquatic imagery here.
Got this room here.
I wonder if it's the interrogation room?
Oh, I wonder.
Alright, butterflies. A lot of animals depicted in like
Cadavers, I guess.
yeah,
They're called
cadavers, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, dripping.
What the fuck are they melting?
We like those animals drippy, bro.
House of Wax now.
Production quality is so good on these two.
Yeah, there's definitely a marked increase in quality of the music videos.
Ooh,
Okay.
I've done great.
Dreamu!
Dreamu.
Uh-oh. Like, Muu?
Yeah. Oh, it's his mom.
Oh my god.
Oh. Ooh, the slap.
Oh, then she closes the door on him. I don't think they have as close of an alliance as it was implied at first.
He's happy. Ooh. All right. Second reaction, Sakurai Haruka. How we thinking? What we thinking?
I think I may have to reevaluate my initial verdict.
Okay. First things that come out at you.
I keep going back to like the cadavers and like, oh, what the frick are those called? The diagrams of like the living organisms. It gets like a sort of like a little bit of an eerie air, and then obviously when they like get crushed and then they start melting, and then it turns into like a pile of blood afterwards.
Yep. Yeah. That's a big scene. Him standing on the chair, being like, "Oh, you're proud of me."
And he keeps repeating like, "I've done great. I did nothing wrong. I just want to be your good boy again."
Yeah.
So I wonder if like, well, we obviously know he's like, he's not quite right in the head, right? He has like, he's suffering from some sort of like mental illness.
In the last one, we determined he probably has some type of developmental issue.
Yeah. So like, I think I remember saying like in the first trial, like he thought that he could he was impressing like his mother or his female relative or whatever, making her proud by like doing these sort of things. But instead, like it ended up like disgusting her. She might have abandoned him. Well, that was like my hypothesis back then. But it looks like they made it a bit more clear at the end of this music video that he actually choked her.
Yeah. So it ends with a choking scene. I wonder who that is.
Well, it's definitely not Muu. The hair color is different, so it's definitely like the female figure from his past. There doesn't seem to be any like weird like dream lighting or glitching for anything either, so I feel like it is probably something that happened versus him like dreaming it up or something. But I don't know.
Yeah. Not his mother either, different hair. His mother has brown hair.
Oh, that wasn't Muu? I thought that was Muu.
Oh, well, I mean, I just kind of implied this is maybe his, like, is this his mom? No, this is not Muu, though. This is not Muu. I can
Okay,
that.
I can see the wrinkles now.
Yeah, I just, that's my bad.
And they look similar enough.
I just implied
it's the hair,
this is his mother. Yeah.
Oh.
So Peaches in chat says, IDK, but does he want to, he's good somehow, but he's too messed up and holds some type of resentment that kind of makes him violent. Ah, interesting thought.
I know I can't go too much off of this because of like anime logic and also genetics, but like I do wonder if the woman in the still right now is his actual biological mother.
That's an interesting thought.
Wait, what color eyes does he have again?
Okay, so she's got like maybe like light blue or aquamarine. For him, let's see, are there any close-ups of his? Oh, I guess we can go to this picture. Okay, let's just closing his eyes in that picture. Let's see here. Did this one work?
Kind of too dim to see.
Dark, yeah, dim a little bit. That's him in the eyes. Oh, here's him on the floor.
Oh yeah, that one. I still can't.
It's hard to. It is.
I know. It almost looks a mixture of maybe like green or gray. Though it kind of looks dark in most of his scenes. Oh, okay. Okay, it looks a little green.
Yeah.
Okay, the eye colors are similar. Okay, it could be his mother then, or maybe his aunt.
Yeah. That's an interesting theory. Like maybe his real mother kind of like shipped him away to a new relative.
Yeah, like she was like, oh man, I can't deal with this kid. You deal with him now.
Right, and then she saw what he was capable of and it's like, oh my, what the heck? Not ready for this.
Also, Sekra, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Wanderlings.
So one last thing before we keep going.
Yeah.
So how do you feel about this? He gets slapped and he has a smile.
So timed with the lyrics, my first reaction was like, he somehow feels like he's been validated for his crime, but now looking back at it, I now wonder if that was maybe the first real, I don't know if it's like, if this woman was like negligent towards him in some way, like, but if this was like the first like real ounce of attention he got from her, because you know how sometimes like kids will act out to get their parents' attention or what they feel like might be some sort of like emotional affection.
Yeah, okay.
So if it were that scenario, I could see that being the case.
Yeah. I definitely get what you're saying. Like, this is the first like she hasn't like paid him any mind or like, haven't given him a hug or anything like that in years. And like even if it's something like a slap, he's like, oh my goodness, she finally like did something,
It's also possible that maybe he went into shock from her, like, I don't know, disgusted reaction after slapping him, and then like which, sometimes how you could kind of like smile or laugh because you don't know what to like think or say in that moment. It could also be that.
Okay. All right, let's get some bit more evidence in here. As always, there were some interrogation questions asked, so let's take a look at them. So we got some interrogation questions. The question was asked, do you want to get out of Milgram? He responds, I want to stay here forever. Here's another question. Are there any prisoners you can't deal with right now? And he says, I'm fine with Amani now. I'm not scared of small children anymore.
What the fuck?
Not scared of small children anymore. Next question. What do you want from the prison guard? Please forgive Muu-san. So that's what he wants from us, the prison guards. He wants us to forgive Muu-san.
I don't know about that, Chief. Where's my bribe?
That's true. Ari was the one that voted her guilty when other people did innocent. That's actually a very good point. Another question. Which prisoner is the most like you? He says no one, because they're all great people. So he has a bad kind of interpretation of himself, but he thinks the other ones are pretty good. And then the final question here is, did you hate the person that you killed? He says, I wonder, I think I was envious of them.
So is he implying that he did actually, in fact, kill someone?
Oh, yeah, he I feel like that pretty much admits to it, and he knows he did.
All right, chat. Well, like, I guess he's guilty. But
Okay.
interesting, like, he does not want to leave Milgram.
He doesn't. He says, I want to stay here forever. So something about this he loves.
I wonder if that's, like, maybe basically, like, an after effect of whatever relationship he's got with Muu right now. Like, they have some sort of
maybe
codependent thing. So maybe so long as Muu stays in Milgram and feeds him all the attention that he wants, then he wants to stay in Milgram.
Oh, maybe could be.
Another possible scenario is like, because like his family like won't give him like the love or attention that he wants. So in that case, why not just stay in Milgram? Because there's nothing for him back home if you were to leave.
Right. Maybe he desperately so wants attention that, like, us as the guard interacting with him, interrogating him, or, like, him interacting with the other prisoners is like, oh my goodness, this is the attention I wanted so long. And, like, I'm finally getting it. Could be. Okay. All right. I'm most excited about this next part. All right. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been listening to your criticisms. No need to worry. Your boy has been listening to your criticisms, and I've been putting a little bit more into these to make the most satisfying thing for both the viewers and Ari. So I have actually, let's take a look here. I have actually gone through the voice dramas, and I've cut some little bits and pieces from the voice dramas to deliver to Ari, to deliver to you guys. So we are upgrading. You know, we're upgrading.
Okay.
I have listened. No need to worry. We're always listening, always down for feedback and things like that. So there you go. I hope you guys will enjoy this part.
Now you guys can go into my comments and we're being like, please listen to the audio dramas.
Yeah, I've got some bits and pieces here. Not too much, you know, so we're not watching the whole thing. Just some nice bits.
Yeah, just the important stuff.
Exactly. So that's why it took a little bit longer for this second trial, because I was putting these together as well.
Yeah, no worries. I appreciate you putting everything together for us.
Of course. All right, so let's check out some of these snippets. So the scene starts with Haruka kind of being happy. He goes like, oh, turns out I did nothing wrong at all. It wasn't wrong of me to kill her. There was anything for me to worry about. So as it turns out, he was kind of in his head about like, oh, the fact that I killed her, but because the people voted him innocent, he was like, oh, then that was fine then. Like, me killing her and me killing maybe or whatever they did, it was fine, right? That's kind of how they're feeling now about the guilty verdict. Our response is, I got distracted from the main issue. What I meant to say was, how can a murderer like you make a face when you were just saved? Haruka responds, "It's weird. You said you forgive me. It's weird to tell me that I'm wrong now." So we're telling them as the warden, hold on. You still killed somebody here. Let's not get it twisted. I may have given you an innocent verdict, but you still killed somebody. And he gets ticked off at that. He gets very ticked off. He like it was a big shift in like character and personality. He was going from like happy to like, oh, why are you confusing me? Like kind of like that aura. The warden, which is us, has a kind of realization here. He says, I see. I'm starting to understand why Milgram is separated into 3 trials. All of you are, no, humans in general are dependent on others validating their existence. So, you know, the interact with each other.
Yeah, like Haruka seems to have placed a lot of faith and value in S's judgment. And so basically it's like, after he spent so much Agony being like, over whether his crime was like actually wrong or not, as soon as he received an innocent verdict, he's like, okay, well, it seems like there was nothing wrong with killing after all.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, that's the exact mentality he has.
There's no nuance to it. It's just completely black and white.
Yeah. He's like dependent and like maybe like authority figures, right? And like we're the authority figure, and because we told him, oh, you're innocent, he's like, oh, okay, when I did is fine then. Yeah, exactly. And then so they go off on that tangent. Then there's a separate tangent after they start conflicting. So they start pretty much kind of quote unquote fighting with each other,
right? Because
as the guard, we're being like, okay, you still killed somebody. We're still the trial's not over yet. And then he kind of has this kind of break point, and he's like, as I thought, Warden-san, you're not my mother at all. My mother was Muu-san all along.
What the?
And he goes on, Muu-san praises me. The useless me. She praises me, acknowledges me, looks at me, and she needs me. My current self only exists thanks to Muu-san. And then he ends it off with a very eerie line, and he says, if you don't forgive Muu-san, I'm going to kill you. And then when he says that to the guard, there is a consistent rule within Milgram is that prisoners cannot attack the guard. If they try to, they're going to be stopped. It's impossible. So he said that to him, and then he ends it with a very chilling line of, I'll kill myself instead. So we got a threat.
So he's looking at Muu as some sort of maternal figure. Because, of course, I don't think he actually thinks that Muu is his actual mother. She just gives him, like, the kind of affection that he's been craving from his real mother ever since he was a child.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Let's head into the theories here after we got that little audio drama. Also, real quick, the audio dramas have to happen right before the music video gets played. So at the end of every audio drama, there's a siren that plays, and then the S, which is us, goes like, sinners sing your sins, and then the music video plays.
I see.
So, yeah. Because obviously, just for the people watching, I'm showing it after the video, but, this conversation happened beforehand. All right, here we go. Pretty much you kind of hit the nail on the head about what other people were thinking at the time. Developmental issues. This sort of may have caused him to look down upon. People were thinking, I wonder if he had a wealthy family, right? The cabinet that he opened up, and like have all these things in the house. Maybe he was very wealthy.
A lot of makeup and jewelry in those drawers.
Maybe it created neglect. Maybe he was neglected. Because of his developmental issues. Obviously, when somebody has developmental issues, you really got to like nurture that. You really got to be there for them. Help them through it, right? Whether it be like giving them more attention, going to psychiatrists or things like that. You got to give them like help that they need, right? They got to give them help that they need. The only way for him to be noticed is via the tantrums. So maybe he was being ignored, and the only way is like, oh, the tantrums. Let's snipped out some lyrics here. There was no way it was wrong. If I hadn't done it, nobody would have looked at me. So really solidifying that.
Right.
Someone had the idea maybe he stole things from his mom that were important to her to get attention.
Oh yeah,
but that didn't work.
I remember that because he took it, and then nothing happened after the fact. They never went back to that plot point.
Yeah. Um. Oh, quick little fun fact about the necklace. He still has it in the prison.
Ah!
He still has the
The
actual
only
necklace
thing
with
of his
him.
mother he has left.
Yeah. Was happy at the slap. Yeah, we talked about that. Oh, this is interesting. So the water at the beginning kind of maybe exhibits the negative emotions, how he was feeling neglected, and the orange that we see later is kind of maybe that's when he's more positive or more happy. That's is when his happy emotions are coming out. Essentially.
Mm.
Um.
Yeah,
The
we don't really see how like any sort of like drowning, like stifling imagery until we start seeing those those figures of the animals like melting into wax. And it's an
Yeah.
orange color at that too.
Could have been wax, could have been I forget what it's called, but cadavers and things like that, they're kind of put in that fluid to kind of like preserve them.
Yeah, it could be that.
Too. It could be that too. Maybe another theory people had, maybe this room that he's in the screenshot is a mental facility. Maybe he was thrown into a mental facility, and that scene we saw with mother, aunt, whoever was like a visiting day where she came to visit, and she saw how the condition was, and that was her reaction. Like maybe he was put in a mental facility. Um, here's another theory. May not specifically want the parents' attention, so maybe just wants attention. So kind of going into why he like has really attached himself to Muu. Muu and him become close. Yeah. He took the innocent verdict very seriously. Yeah, we just talked about that. He took it very, very seriously. He was like, "Oh, I'm innocent. I'm innocent of everything."
I can do no wrong.
Yeah. He thought the murder was wrong at first. After the innocent verdict, he assumes that the killing wasn't a big deal. And then yeah, maybe it's fine if I can't go back to the outside world. That won't give me attention. Yeah, so we got that part too. Okay. So yeah, you pretty much hit the nail on the head for most of all the theories that all the other people had. So let's get those final thoughts. And what will your verdict be?
See, like, I would probably keep my innocent verdict if it didn't warp his mentality so much to the point where he's like, oh, it's okay to kill for attention.
Yeah, I think that's the big. It's almost like a trick with Milgram. Like almost getting into like a metagame thing is they call it innocent and guilty, but it's not really innocent and guilty. It's more like, do we choose that they believe what they did and it's correct, or do we say guilty so like you believe the opposite? So they'll like say like, oh, no,
exactly.
Right. Yeah.
And I guess some people maybe caught on to that, like, in the second half of the first trial, because, like, especially with Amane, when people were, like, starting to vote based on the meta, they were like, oh, maybe we can, like, kind of, like, interact with these characters, like, show them that they're wrong or right, yada yada. And then it kind of has, like, almost the opposite intended effect, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I would have to go with guilty for this. Like, for one, like, obviously he did the crime, right? But but also, if I continue to say, yes, you're innocent, yes, you're forgiven, then does that continue to lead him down the path of, oh, okay, let me continue killing random, like, living organisms or other people so that I can get all the attention I want? Like, do I want to actually validate that? No. Like, he has a completely different personality from what we were shown in the first trial, so I can't like see this verdict feeding into that more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I would have to go with guilty.
Okay. I put a poll in chat, by the way, if anybody wants to vote as well. I've also keeping track of chat's voting. So if you guys want to chat, vote for innocent or guilty, go for it. But yeah, I definitely see the point that you're saying. I think, yeah, his shift in mentality after it was deemed he was innocent is the most concerning thing, right? Because yeah, it's just like you're saying. It's just like this is not the path I wanted you to go down when it called you innocent or whatever, right? But it's almost like he's gone deeper into like his crazed thinking, and now he's, like you said, he's attached himself to Muu like mentally. But yeah, obviously the key here is he's not. Unfortunately, it seems like because how he was raised, he was not able to kind of put two and two together of just like, you know, your mother's affirmation isn't the only thing that matters. There's like more things that matter in life, right? But it's almost like he's still in that young kid mentality. Where like, oh, that's the only thing that matters is like pleasing my parents, right?
Mm-hmm. There's no sense
And
of
it's
like a more universal system of morals. It's just
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
what
And
do
it's
the
just-
people close to me? How do they perceive me?
Mhm. Yeah, and it's just like you say when kids are young and things don't go their way, they're gonna throw a temper tantrum, right?
Mhm.
But this is a older individual who can do a lot more damage than like a 3-year-old can.
Yeah,
with, like,
exactly.
throwing their toys around, right?
I do wonder why he said that he used to be scared of small children before. Like, I still don't have like a good answer for that.
Okay. Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. I didn't write this theory down. Because I thought we would talk about it naturally, but we didn't really. So yeah, one of the bigger theories going on is that like he escalated his, let's call it crimes, right? Started at stealing jewelry, went to killing small creatures, right, like fish and things like that, and then there were like dogs in like the last one. So and then he went to killing dogs, and then like it ends like the end of the music video does, where he actually kills a person.
Just wanted to ask if there are no summaries of the voice dramas. Oh, we just had one, actually.
Yeah, we had one. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Don't worry. It is a new update. I've made a new update for that. No need to worry.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Also,
Okay.
folks, we'll be starting ads on my site in about 20 seconds. So this is to disable pre-rolls for the next hour. So just a heads up to you guys. That's starting pretty soonish. And
Okay,
yeah,
yeah.
so we can hold off on like the second music video until my ads are done.
No problem. No problem.
Yeah,
No problem.
thank you.
Yeah, cool. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Sorry, my bad. No, you're good. Thank you for asking.
No problem.
I know you
no
were
problem.
lurking earlier too, so it's
Yeah,
understandable.
don't worry. I'm listening to the feedback. No need to worry. I'm listening to the feedback.
We are open to constructive criticism.
Oh, by the way, since we have a little bit of time,
Yeah.
so the current picture I'm showing you right now,
Mhm.
this is like the I guess you would call it like maybe like an album cover or like the cover for like the music video.
Oh yeah.
Here. Everybody kind of will have like doors of some sort, so that's very interesting. How each of the doors are different for each of the
Yeah.
characters.
Like in this one, I see like one of them is like slightly ajar, and he's kind of his body's positioned as if he's like kind of going towards it almost.
Yeah, I wonder if this is like, oh, this is the house, like his parents' house. This is the door of
Yeah.
his parents' house, and that's why he's happy to kind of go in here.
Mm-hmm.
Could be.
Could be.
Could be. His track album cover. I don't know if anybody made a diss track.
I
Or
wonder
maybe,
if
I don't
maybe it
know.
like represents like a boundary he's about to cross or something.
Maybe it could be. It could be. There's a bit of light there too.
Yeah.
Like, it's like heavenly light type of situation.
Or is it the heavenly light in his head? What?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good question. It's a good question. It's a good question. What do you think about the actual like music video itself, like production quality? And things
The
like
editing
that?
was pretty top notch. I will say I think the song was a little weaker than what I'm used to from Deco 27 hits, but it's still okay.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism.
But I like how there's like a lot more fluid animation and imagery, and like they incorporate some
Yeah,
of the
animation.
lyrics into like the editing stuff like that. It's a lot more like tightly paced, which I appreciate.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Is he exiting or entering? Oh, that's a good question.
question.
Yeah, I interpreted
I
it as
was-
like exiting because at first, because I didn't see the stained glass, I was like, oh, this must be the door to Milgram, and then was like, oh, wait a second, I did a double take.
Interesting. There are words up atop there. I don't think they're actual words, but I wonder if they actually are in some like other language or something.
Maybe. I mean,
Maybe.
they never miss a. I think they're pretty intentional with like their art and the details
Oh,
and
yeah,
the
for
symbolism.
sure.
So maybe there is.
For sure. Okay. Are we good to go? Any more time?
About 30 seconds. 30
Alright,
seconds more. Yeah.
No problem.
Do you have a favorite boba flavor, Meteor? Have you had boba before?
I've had boba once. I've only had it once.
What did you get?
What did I get? It was. I won't be honest with you. It was like a year or two back. I think it was just classic because I was just like, let me just try it as like as like simple as possible, I guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so maybe
Um,
like it was either maybe like a classic black milk tea or usually like the go-to flavor for boba
Uh-huh.
milk teas is like the brown sugar one. Was
I
it
think
like
it
a
was brown
solid
sugar.
color or did it have like some swirls in it?
Ooh.
Like some
I think
swirls
it
that
was
you
a
maybe had
solid.
to like mix together before
I
you
think
started
it was a
drinking?
solid color. I think it
Okay.
was a solid color. Yeah.
It could be classic black milk tea.
Uh-huh.
But I know
think it might have been,
sometimes
yeah.
brown sugar milk tea, like, it does come in just like one color, but typically it's depicted with like kind of like milk, white milk towards the bottom with the pearls at the bottom, obviously. But then like
Yeah,
the
yeah,
brown
yeah.
sugar stuff is like more, there's like streaks of it at the top. And that's when you mix
Yeah.
it together to like make the actual flavor universal. But who knows?
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. I thought it was nice. I was just like, what is it? In my head, I was just like, man, that's a lot for a drink. That was my main thing.
Really?
I did enjoy it. Yeah, I did enjoy.
Were you
I
not able
enjoyed
to
it. It
like
was just a surprise.
customize like the ice or sugar levels or anything?
I mean, I probably could have. It was just like kind of like a choice paralysis situation.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair
It was
enough.
like it was like I was just there. I'm just like I don't know what to get or say, so I'm just gonna just get something.
I
think
feel.
one of those situations.
It's like usually when we get boba, as soon as we like find like that one flavor and topping combination, we just stick to it forever, right?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've only ever had it once, and yeah, not for any negative reasons. I've only had it once because
Yeah.
I'm just like it was good, but that was a lot of money for a one drink. Like my cheap Asianness is coming out.
Like, how much did you pay for it? Like, what size was it?
I don't remember. I think it was either like a medium or a large, or equivalent of that.
Because like, if they charge you like $7 for a medium-sized drink, like these days because of like inflation and stuff like that, a medium-sized drink is maybe $5 to $6, including toppings. But if they charge you like $7 or God forbid even $6.50 for a medium-sized drink with ice, then you're getting ripped off. Large is $12. Oh my god. Yeah,
Really?
you cannot catch me paying $12 for a large.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe it was more along the ends of that. I don't know about 12, but like maybe like 10
Yeah,
or
I know
11,
some shops can be pretty pricey though, especially like if you live in the United States. California has a lot of pricey boba shops, but the advantage is that they have like actual authentic brew tea, and they have like more unique like combinations and stuff like that. So it's worth it then.
It was definitely in a hub where a lot of people would be buying. Like it was definitely a popular spot.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, maybe it was hitched a bit higher because of traffic or whatever.
Who knows?
Yeah.
But anyways, my ads are over.
So yeah, definitely should try it again at some point. I don't know what to get, but it should try it again at some point. I'm not against it.
Mm-hmm. I recommend going for either the taro powder milk tea, or if you want to go with like a fruit tea, you can't go wrong with lychee or peach.
Oh, okay. I like lychee.
Yeah, and you can if they have lychee jelly toppings, that's the perfect combination too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm trying it out. Nice. Okay. All right. Shall we continue on?
Yes.
Okay.
So what did Chad vote in that poll?
I don't think anybody. Yeah, no one voted actually.
Oh wow, no one voted in my poll either. Damn, guys.
Yeah, I don't know. If you guys, if anybody currently chatting wants to say how they felt, and
yeah, share your thoughts.
I was like, I had a feeling people just lurking, and no problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't mean to like shame anyone for lurking.
Just curious.
I refuse to vote. Don't fall for the Milgram experiment.
Oh, it's interesting.
I mean, that's a fair take. Maybe Milgram was the prison for us all along.
Oh,
maybe S becomes the next prisoner.
Oh, it's an interesting thought. All right. Next one. This is Yuno. Yuno is back again. And we got her music video number 2 called Teardrop.
Okay.
This is Teardrop.
Was that a cat? Okay, stuffed animal. Same from the previous music video.
Present. Yeah.
Alright, the drinks are all finished up now. So she is being paid to... Oh, hang out? Oh! Alter egos, maybe?
I wonder.
It might be like a... Oh, okay.
Going to business.
I was gonna say maybe it's like a little warring self between like her original innocent self and her corrupted self after hanging out with all those guys.
I wonder.
Yuri has guys, it's more like self-cess.
Yeah.
I have to say though, this song feels very in character for Yuno. Like it feels very similar to her usual thought process in the previous song too.
Yeah. Oh, what's that?
Eh?
Oh. She was watching a Deco song. Vampire.
That's a fun cameo.
Yeah. Oh.
There's the teardrop.
Name of the song.
Is she wearing Innocent Girly's school uniform jacket now?
That one's lingerie, for sure.
Ooh, she shattered her rose glasses.
Ah, someone has the rose tinted glasses.
She covered Vampire too. Oh! I should listen to that later.
All right. That was Teardrop. Oh wait, shoot! I didn't tell how it was. Oh my bad. We missed one last part. Oops. I forgot to tell the actual what they. My bad.
Well, it seems like the people agreed with me, so.
yeah. The people agreed. Okay, yeah, the people agreed. Pretty close though. 45 to 54. 45 to 54. But yeah, he was voted guilty. Pretty much for the same reasons that you were saying.
Yeah.
My bad. My apologies.
You're good.
Okay. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Here we go. Second reaction. Yeah, initial thoughts.
There were surprisingly a lot fewer references to like the supposed awarded baby in like the previous song than I expected. I think it was more so an exploration of like her psyche.
Yeah, there were a lot of words talking about like who are you to judge me type situation.
Yeah, like maybe there was like one reference to like the actual song, the actual title of the previous song, umbilical cord, but other than that, not much.
Yeah, it was very focused on this whole idea of just like, I'm doing what I'm doing. Like, don't try to like put your own type of like justice or whatever on me. Who's she talking to? I don't know.
I still think that the music video itself, like the two selves are depicted, are kind of like, it's either like her past self before she started going on dates with everyone, and now it's like her
Uh-huh.
quote unquote more corrupted self that's more jaded, I guess I'd say. She doesn't really.
Okay, yeah.
So remember, like the rose glasses that she had
Yeah.
throughout the music video that she shattered at the end. So it's kind of
Yeah.
like the more. I'm running out of words to say what I want to say. It's kind of like
Well-
she was either like willfully or maybe not willfully. She kind of had like a more naive or positive view of like her serial dating style, which
Mhm.
like have led to like the babies that she's probably had to get rid of to maintain that lifestyle. But throughout the song, she
Mm.
keeps like referencing like, hey, so like, who are you to judge me? Like, me? Innocent? I never claimed to be.
That's interesting.
Like, she knows what she had to do in order to like maintain the lifestyle that she had. So like her like destroying the rose glasses at the end is kind of like her maybe like finally accepting that fact. Like finally recognizing, oh, this is what I did in order to like get here, and then for what? Like that shot of her at the end and like her lingerie self, like it's not really like, I wouldn't say you're viewing that scene with like rose tinted glasses. Oh no, not that one. It's like the one where she's like
Oh.
in front of the TV with like the flashing lights. Like the ambiance
Oh, it
changes
was
from
weird.
like lots of pinks to like a more nightclub-ish purple.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
it can typically, when people are depicted in this kind of lighting, outside of like bisexual lighting memes, it's kind of like a more depressing, gloomy kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm. This could have even been like maybe after a date, so to speak.
Yeah,
or,
yeah. Like that sequence of like scenes where she was kind of like, what was it? Kind of like after dates. It was like kind of like around this music video, but like her
Mhm.
standing by the window, her sitting in front of the TV. I think those were like after like her dates or her hookups with people, and I don't know. I don't think
Yeah.
she looks very happy here.
Mm-hmm. There's definitely a progression, yeah. Because we would assume these are like real life shots, right? Like her in the car,
Yeah.
or her in the maybe hotel,
Mhm.
potentially hotel, yeah.
And then going back to the beginning of the music video where they're exchanging money, like at first,
Yeah.
I thought she was like exchanging money for her dating services with like an actual dude. So imagine my surprise when it turns out to be her instead.
Yeah, yeah. It's very interesting. Yeah, what does that mean? That's actually a very good point. We see no semblance of a guy in here, even though the idea is that she's going on compensated dating.
Mm-hmm.
It's her with herself.
Then again, do we really need to see the men? Like, are they actually important to the story?
I don't know. Are they? It's a good quiz. We've seen people who aren't part of the main cast. Like in the previous video, we saw the woman there with Haruka.
Mm-hmm.
But it depends on the person's mind, right? Depends on the person's mind.
Also, the fact that their hair parting is on. Oh wait. Oh, never mind. I thought they were on opposite ends, but they are actually on the same end. Never mind.
The other one has cat ears, though, with her hair.
She's a fake kuching.
Yeah, she's a fake kitchen.
There's also that one
Calculator-
dude's wife. Well, I meant more so for Yuno specifically. I don't think
Yeah,
the men
yeah,
are
yeah.
actually important
Yuno.
to whatever
Important.
character arc that Yuno is going through. And I think
I
that's
agree
also
with
part
that,
of the
yeah.
point.
So Calcor says, I believe there's something similar shots in some NSO endings are lit with pinkish purple lighting from what I remember. Ah, okay. Interesting. Yeah, the rose tinted glasses imagery might be important. Very true. Cool. Anything else, or shall we continue on?
I think that's basically it. Let's keep going.
Okay. Good points. Very good points. All right. Let's go into the questions here. What questions were asked to you now? So we got question number 1 here. Do you have any fun memories of your childhood? She says, I think it was always fun. Perhaps that's normal. So another question here we have, if you could turn back time, would you commit the same murder once again? And she says, I make sure that I won't have to commit it. That's it. I would make sure I won't have to commit it. That's it. Very interesting.
You can
I'm not
either
sure what
interpret
that
that as like, maybe I would keep the baby, or then But who else would
Yeah,
else
who
would
else would
commit the
commit
murder?
it?
That's the thing.
It's a confusing one. It's a confusing one. Yeah, yeah.
Girly, did you
Uh,
maybe kill someone else?
Houses?
Did you kill yourself?
Question 12. What do you want from the prison guard, which is us? Something like, stop trying to justify everything I did with reasons that you came up with. We got another question here. Which is more important, a person's personality or appearance? This probably isn't what you wanted, but I think I'd rather choose a moderate amount of both. If you have too much or too little of either, you'll turn out weird.
I mean, she's not wrong, chat.
Yeah,
she's
yeah. I mean,
spitting facts here.
she's kind of spitting. She's kind of spitting a little bit. She's kind of spitting a little bit. She ain't wrong. She ain't wrong. You need a balance. You need a balance. And then final question. Did you hate the person that you killed? She responds with, it was too much of a pain for me to think about anything.
The way it's phrased, I don't think she means like a literal pain, but just like an inconvenience or like too bothersome for her to think about anything.
It's an interesting thought. Yeah, very interesting thought. Okay, let's head into the voice drama section. The voice drama section. All right.
Very intrigued to see this one.
So here we go. So she starts off with, "You want me to make clear the truth, huh?" Okay. And we say, yeah, of course, as Milgram's guards, in order to correctly judge your sins, as she interrupts him immediately with, the result of doing lots of sugar daddying, abortion.
Okay.
So straight up just says it.
There we
Straight
go.
up says it. Sugar daddying and abortion. There you go. She follows that up with, yeah, that's probably my murder. Well, please go ahead and partake in the truth. And then this next part this was mind-blowing. Even I didn't know this until I actually looked at the audio dramas. She says, I can hear it while I'm in Milgram. It's probably the same for everybody else. So, with this dialogue, she reveals that she hears us. Our comments and the things that we're saying, she hears it. She's hearing all of it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So much for being separated from the rest of the world.
Yeah. So the things that people say in the YouTube comments, on Twitter, or the Milgram website, Yuno confirms here that she's hearing all of it. Yeah, some fourth wall breaking here. Yeah.
Fourth wall breaking. They have somehow unfettered access to the internet without actually browsing through the internet. I don't know how I feel about that.
Yeah. She can hear it in her head. Very interesting. So now you had to be aware, right? You got to be aware of what you say, because now they can hear you. And so this kind of reveals a little bit of the music video, right? That's why she's saying things like, how are you to judge me, and things like that, because a lot of people are just saying like, oh, she's so like innocent or whatever, like maybe that's why. And she's like, no, I choose to do this, or however she said in the music video. That's kind of where that comes from. Continuing on, and then she's kind of mocking us here. She's become like this because there's some problem in her home life, because she doesn't know love yet. Because of that, I'll forgive her. Yes. Well, this is gonna be purely personal opinion, but I find those kinds of assumptions preachy and unpleasant.
I mean, same girl.
I'm not pitiable. My family gets along super well, and I'm not particularly struggling for money. So she's not even doing it for the money either. She's not even doing it for the money.
Now that's something I didn't expect.
Yeah. And then we respond with, then what were you aiming for with your compensated dating? She responds with, I don't have much interest in things like ethics and morals. Does it not fill your stomach? So the fill the stomach thing, I think that was supposed to be kind of like a Japanese phrase that means like satisfy you type of situation.
Yeah, I think I got that.
Yeah, and then she's obviously drawing parallels with like stomach and like a pregnant belly type situation. So yeah. Following up with, I mean, stuff like forgive and not forgive, that's all made up play. I won't get warm with something like that unless you embrace me. It's impossible. No way. So very interesting there. And then she ends this off with saying a quick phrase. She says, "Am I really alive?"
No, see,
Am I
I've been
really
thinking that
alive?
same thing throughout the Milgram project as well. Because, like,
Mm-hmm.
how the frick do you gather, like, these criminals into, like, some sort of made-up murder prison complex?
Mm-hmm.
And, like, a crack theory I had at the end of last stream was, oh, maybe the prison is run by, like, Amane's cult or something like that. But
Oh, okay.
but then the question still is, like, how do they monitor all these people and then decide to, like, bring specifically these 10 into the complex
Ooh, yeah.
without any,
Why
like,
these
real
10?
world implications? Like, for example, let's say Haruka really was in a mental facility. Would they be looking for him right about now? Would they be
Yeah,
like, unhinged mentally ill patient on the loose could potentially turn into serial killer, need to find him ASAP? So, like,
It's a good question.
is this happening in, like, their subconsciousness? Have we maybe trapped their souls instead? Or maybe they really are dead and this is how we decide if they get into heaven or hell?
Ooh, it's a good thought. It's a good thought. Yeah, yeah. Good question. Good questions. Okay. Yeah, so let's head into the theories. There were quite a few for her. So we got some theories and fan thoughts. So yeah, she wants no pity and sympathy, and she hates the people that voted her innocent because they assume she's naive. So that's what the rose-tinted glasses were representing. In the music video, I'm not sure if you guys clocked it, but the glasses, they were on a bunny, right? Very similar to kind of like a jackalope, right? You know, kind of had the similar vibes. So people's interpretation was like, this is us, right? We are seeing her through rose-tinted glasses. We're seeing her as like, oh, she had to do this to make ends meet. Or like, oh, she doesn't really understand how like love works or things like that, right? So I'll vote her innocent because I feel pity on her. And she hates it. She hates that. She absolutely hates that. That's why she eventually, stashes away the glasses and like tosses them out and breaks them, right?
Right.
Yeah. Confirmed she pretty much knew what she was doing and is pretty straight up about it. And honestly, the comments were respecting her. They were just like, okay, you know what? We respect that. We respect the fact that like you kind of acknowledge all these things about yourself, and maybe our interpretation was wrong. But the comments were really respecting her. They really
Honestly,
did respect her
that's really
about it.
shocking. I thought they would have
yeah.
reacted like more strongly than that, but
Yeah,
man, maybe
they're
we
crazy.
lucked out, and there are actually sane adults that are watching these music videos, and not your average netizen.
Yeah. But yeah, she has a good family. She is not struggling for money, as we learned in the audio drama. She's an adult fully in control of her choices. She kind of confirms that. People are making the theory that like, what if she's a thrill seeker? She doesn't like things that are boring or annoying, so maybe she's not doing it for the money. She's doing it for the thrill of it.
I mean,
right?
she did say that she doesn't like to concern herself with ethics or morals, so.
Yeah, it doesn't fill her stomach. In a way. It's not a crime to be a party girl, even if she's not a good person or thinks that way. Infantilizing is condescending.
Yeah, no, I agree, Peaches.
Doesn't like the condescending comment. Yeah, it doesn't like the condescending comments. Next point: the car, the hotel. You kind of clocked this one. I noticed the car, hotel, and karaoke could have been where each date ended. Yeah, you pretty much clocked that. She may have tried to off herself before Milgram. People pointed back to the undercover MV, and people maybe translated, because she's kind of like looking down. People were translating, oh, what if she made a jump?
Yeah, I had that
before she
same
got into
thought.
Milgram?
Like, she was at least thinking about jumping if she didn't actually jump.
Yeah, people kind of like now have this idea after that last comment. Something the next one is something I clocked personally. Is she isn't singing about her sins. She's just talking about her annoyances. In comparison to Haruka's previously, he was going into more details about his sin. For this one, she didn't really talk about it at all. We didn't hear, like you said, we didn't hear like anything about the baby or anything like that, or like her actual murder. It was very much focused on like, oh, how like her annoyances and the fact that this is where she's in her trial, which I thought was very interesting.
Again, I think it still like feels very much in character for Yuno. Like, she also doesn't make any references to her kid at all in the first song. It's mostly like about her and her feelings like in this moment in life right now, which, it's fitting. It's fitting for her.
Yeah, it definitely fits her character. Yeah, my thinking with that personally, this is just my personal opinion, is I'm thinking that what the music videos reveal is something that people are trying to hide, and most times it's going to be the murder, but sometimes maybe for characters like Yuno, it's not because they're not trying to hide their murder. Because she straight up said it, right? In the interrogation, which happens before the music video, she's like, "Yeah, I did sugar daddying and I did abortions." Like because she's not trying to hide that. It's like, okay, then the music video isn't gonna be about that because maybe she's hiding something else and it has nothing to do with the actual murders. Maybe. Just my thoughts. That's my thoughts. Next up is maybe in better control of the song because she isn't trying to hide her murder. Yeah, I just said that. Wanted warmth. Okay, so yeah, another concept people talked about is the idea of warmth, right?
Yeah.
Song wanted warmth, so went into compensated dating. So maybe she felt like she was emotionally missing something, and that's why she went into compensated dating. The ending kind of visual, right, is like somebody like with a blanket,
Yeah.
right, kind of like pulled up together, kind of like snugly a little bit, right? Or yeah, this pose too, right? It's almost like somebody kind of wrapped up, right? You're trying to keep them warm. The fact that the other person never appears may mean no one understands me like me, right? Maybe have that angle with it. It's like nobody truly understands me, and then people's innocent voting kind of doubled down that whole idea that like nobody understands me except for me, right? We have the two sides of herself, like, oh, only I understand myself, and that's why it's just two of her, right?
Right.
And then ending it off with a kind of meta comment is the meta: forgiving may reveal a person's bad traits, maybe. Because in the previous one with Haruka, we revealed the kind of fact that he felt good about killing the creatures because that got the attention of his mother, potentially, or whoever family member that was, right? Because we voted him innocent. And in this one, maybe it's revealing kind of like this, I don't know if we would call it like selfishness or like she just has these ideas of just like nobody understands me or things like that, or just forgiving may reveal a person's bad traits, potentially, maybe. All right, so final thoughts.
I mean,
Well, I put this poll in: innocent or guilty.
To be quite honest, like, I don't think there's anything presented that would change my opinion. She's still innocent. Like, outside of like the abortion thing, like if her crime is just like living it up and sugar daddying for funsies, then like who am I to judge? And then also like I still maintain like my previous like opinion from like the first trial that I don't see an abortion as a crime. Especially when you do it like very early in the pregnancy. Like ultimately in my eyes she did nothing wrong.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like the thing about having like not being beholden to ethics or morals is, yeah, that's an interesting line. That's an interesting thought to think about. But like,
yeah,
regardless, like, I doesn't change my opinion of her at all, so to speak.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, real quick, I just want to say thank you so much for the sub, TCL. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. For the 9 months. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, that's super fair. I think for me personally, if people want my personal thoughts about this, I think the only thing, because I do agree with you for the most part, the only thing I would disagree with is I do think it would be pretty messed up if she was maybe like going into this kind of like if she was going into it being like I'm not gonna care about a potential pregnancy I'm having because I can just get rid of it. Like I do think there's some kind of messed up thing there. I think but ultimately I do agree that like at the end of the day it is her body, and like with things like abortion, right? I think of course women have rights over their own body, of course. But I do think it for me it kind of depends on like going into it. you expecting this to happen and kind of expecting to be like, oh, I'm just gonna get rid of them? I do think that's like a weird line for me personally. But
like
I
maybe
will
it depends on
Go ahead.
like the severity of like the degree of her recklessness. Like,
Yes,
because
that is a perfect
if
way of
she's
saying it,
not
yeah.
like, you know, actually taking birth control or having the dude wear a condom or things like that, then
Yeah.
that could actually be a
Yeah.
bit tricky.
Yeah, it's like are you putting your best foot forward with this? It's like, yeah, exactly as you said. If you're taking steps to prevent it and it just happens to happen and you were not planning for that to happen, completely, I think, me personally, I think that's 100% fair. If if you're not even taking those steps, I do think you're kind of like going into like kind of sketchy territory.
Yeah, it's like technically like it's still a fetus, but if you're like intentionally letting yourself get pregnant just to abort it, it's like, oh, I think you're living a little bit too on the edge there, girl. It's technically not a crime still, but like it's
Yes,
enough to
yes,
like
yes.
kind of give someone the side eye, which I agree with.
Yeah, you explained it. Yeah, you explained it absolutely perfectly. But I do still agree with the innocent voting that it seems that you're giving it. It seems like chat's also giving an innocent here.
Yeah, like Peach just said, irresponsible, dangerous. Yeah, pretty much borderline dangerous, but not a crime.
Yeah, it's that, and for me too. I do think it's kind of like. For me, it's that, and I also kind of agree with the meta vote of just like, I kind of want to see if we vote her innocent again, will she do another deep dive into herself and kind of find something else about herself? Because I'm kind of curious. Again, the whole meta point of just like, okay, if we make somebody guilty. We're not sure what happens yet. We're getting ready to, because Fuuta was voted guilty, so we're getting ready to see what happens to somebody who's guilty. But so far, because we voted Haruka innocent. I mean, excuse me, we voted Haruka guilty. Seeing somebody go innocent twice in a row, like I am curious to see what happens, and I do think she is a good person for that because, yeah, again, like we've been saying, I don't think that like the things that she did, at least how it seems right now, is like a crime at all. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, let us see. So Chad has voted innocent. Ari has voted innocent. But let us see how the people voted here. The people
surely
voted...
innocent. Yeah,
78. 78. That is one of the highest.
You did well, netizens. Accept my applause, my gumi applause. Thank you.
Yeah, pretty much they were in agreement with what all we were saying today. And the respect as well. A lot of the comments had a lot of respect for the angle she was taking of just like, no, this isn't who I truly am. This is who I truly am. A lot of people respected that because she wasn't trying to hide anything. I think her not hiding anything, at least in results of the murder, that got a lot of respect from people.
Yeah, the fact that she was like owning up to her philosophy and like, I did this. It was like, honestly, most of what she said outside of like some questionable statements was like a very mature view on the whole like situation. Very mature, very self-aware. And I think that's what usually garners respect from other people. The fact that you understand your own situation best to like be honest about it and not try to sugarcoat anything or like hide behind like a facade of like pity or like wanting to be pitied. Yeah, that goes a really long way.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. Two quick things before I go to the next music video. Is again, do not forget, is she revealed that she does hear all of our comments. So Haruka didn't say anything about that. Is an important thing to note as well. Whether or not he did, not sure, but he didn't say anything about that. She did point that out. And then secondly, yeah, we're getting to Fuuta, who was voted the first guilty. So we get to see the first guilty kind of music video here.
To be fair, with Haruka, since we know that he is mentally ill, I wonder if he just chalks that up to like, I don't know, maybe he does hear voices in his head or something if we're going to take like the more stereotypical route. And that's why he didn't mention anything about it.
Maybe, yeah, maybe. Something to remember for the other, I will say whether, these type of details, I will point them out if they happen or not. All right. Here we go. Ready for the next one?
Hold on a second. By the way, someone said earlier in the YouTube chat, sorry, I think it's been like 45 minutes, so I've come pretty late. Hey, happy late B-Day. Sorry I wasn't there. It's all good. It's all good. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I had a great time. And yeah, thank you. All right, now we're good to go.
Let's do it. All right. We're into Fuuta's second music video. This one is called Backdraft.
Ooh, Backdraft. I love
This is
these
also
more
my favorite
rock tinge
song.
songs that Deco does. I think this is some of his strongest work.
Yeah, agree.
All right, so acknowledging that pretty much he was framed by the netizens.
hmm
It is worth noting that graffiti can be like viewed as like a sign of rebelling against like
Yeah.
societal norms.
Oh, we got the bosses back in the first one. Spray cans are a big thing. Oh, it's all the people.
Oh, the person. Oh wait,
The red
Mahito.
marks are the guilty.
Yeah. Also, the tempo change. More introspective. Oh.
Eyes.
Now, is this us or is this the eyes of the other prisoners?
Ooh, I wonder. It's different cans.
That's another him. So at first he was depicted as the one like spraying over the bosses with graffiti, and now it's other hands that are spraying over that too.
Oh!
Oh!
Oh! Oh, he doesn't like seeing that.
Is this the same woman from the previous music video or is it a different one?
Different.
Okay. Just making sure.
Yeah.
Now he is the one getting burned up. Impress those spectators.
Ooh. It's us.
Oh! That was a cool ending shot.
Yeah.
I was
yeah,
not expecting the S cameo.
Yeah, it
But
was
it's
us.
so
It was us at
fitting
the
because
end.
like the imagery of the graffiti basically like the ones targeting like the evildoers,
Yeah.
and now that Fuuta has been judged guilty, it's like S basically sprayed graffiti all over him.
Yeah. All right. What do we think? Backdraft.
So it's interesting coming into this now with the knowledge that like everyone in the Milgram complex can basically hear like the netizens like comments and the words that they're saying.
Yep.
Because that was an interesting scene with like the eyes popping up all over the walls, especially around his portrait.
Mm-hmm.
But also I kind of go like back to the lyrics and it's like some of the imagery because it feels like a reflection of his past crimes now that he has the knowledge of, oh, I've been judged guilty. Because maybe now he sees it as like, oh, this ended up being my fault anyway, even if it wasn't my hand that necessarily like the schoolgirl with that got sprayed with graffiti at the end, right? Like at first we don't see Fuuta spraying her with graffiti. It's just like obviously like the netizens' hands that like go after her, but then we see like the graffiti, the red graffiti can at the end that's implied to be his. So like even though it wasn't him who actually like, you know, triggered her death or whatever, it's still in the end like he's the only one left remaining to take the blame, and he's been judged as having to take the blame.
Yeah, and he did play a role too.
Yeah,
he did
like-
play a role. Yeah.
Mm.
And what is it? Something interesting I noticed was like, oh, with the other bosses, he goes ham, right?
Yeah.
He goes full spray, like full spray, holding nothing back. Even with the second one as well. But when it comes to the girl, it's like, you know, he didn't fully push the can
Yeah,
down.
it was just like
It's
like a squiggly line, but then that was all the fuel that people needed to, like, you know, literally burn her up.
yeah. And
then when we go to like his portrait, I found it interesting how he drew like just a straight line across his neck.
Yep. He drew an own line across his own neck, yeah. Yeah, and we had all the other prisoners there too, and all the guilty ones were marked.
Mm-hmm.
Very true, very
So
true.
I think it's fair. Like, even without this music video, just judging by the end of the first song, like it's clear that he does hold some guilt over what happens, which I think is to be expected in this scenario. I'm just more so disappointed in the sense that I think he's like actually the one to blame for everything.
Yeah, that's a very good point that you make. Not many of the prisoners feel guilt for what they had done. A lot of them feel like indifferent or like they had to. But I do agree. Fuuta definitely seems the most like, oh, I did not expect this to happen.
Yeah.
Like, he really did not want this to happen.
He did start the spray painting first on the last one, though. I mean, that's true, but that can mean a lot of different things. It doesn't necessarily have to be like, oh, this girl is definitely guilty of whatever crime that she did. But it can be like, it's plausible, but I'm not sure about it. Or you can interpret it as, maybe she is guilty, but I feel hesitant doing this for whatever reason. We don't know.
Yeah, like maybe it's an idea of just like, oh, she's guilty of this. Like, she deserves to be, like, you know, punished, as in like, oh, maybe like getting canceled or like, you know, just some social punishment. But she did not deserve death.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I meant more like he was the one who started the whole witch hunt. I don't know, because it's like, there are some people who have clearly done like very bad things and like maybe they deserve to be canceled. But that's the thing. We don't know what exactly like he was judging her guilty of. Or even like, did he even feel certain in his guilty judgment? And maybe I'm just being too biased towards Fuuta because I'm coming in with this with like the bias that I judged him innocent, the netizens judged him guilty, and I still don't think he's responsible for like what ultimately happened. He still had a role to play in it, but I think his role is severely, how should I put this, overstated by the masses.
Yeah, and I me personally, I do agree with that. I think there's definitely a difference between, like, you know, not to compare like the crimes, because of course, you know, different people, different situations, right? There's definitely a difference between like, I want somebody's attention, so I'm gonna kill like animals and eventually make people, versus like I, you know, wanted to cancel this person, and then the masses started attacking her, and I feel horrible for it. I do think,
which he honestly, like, yeah, he probably should. Like, he does bear some sort of responsibility for it, but like, not to the point like he should be blamed for them offing themselves or something like that. As what happened in the previous music video with like that one dude that he canceled for sexual harassment.
Yeah, I do think there's a difference. Yeah, and that's true too. Like, at least based on the first music video, it did seem like he did do some justice at first, some good justice, like stopping sexual harassment. Like, that is a good thing. And yeah, he just didn't know it would go this far. All right, let's check out those questions. Okay, so question was asked: are there any prisoners that you like? He says, I don't like anyone or stuff like that, but I'm grateful to Kazui and Shidou. So,
those were the ones that rescued him, right? Or like treated him.
So since he was marked as guilty, I forget her name at the moment. But number 10, here we go. I'm gonna look at the wiki. Kotoko. Took it upon herself, the wolf girl, to attack all the guilty prisoners, and he was one of the first ones attacked, I believe, or at least first or second. So Kazui is a doctor that kind of like stitched him up, gave him all the bandages, made sure he was okay. And I do think Shidou no, wait, let's switch it the other way around. Kazui protected him, and he fought her off. And then Shidou is a doctor, so he was able to patch him up, put band-aids, and help him out so he doesn't, but he's able to be a little bit more stable. Second question here. Do you remember the name of the person you killed? And then he says, I'm pretty sure I do. I saw it often after all. Next question. Is there a prisoner who you think is similar to you? And he says, I thought Kotoko, but she's completely different. She's nuts.
I mean, I agree a little bit there. Girl's going a little too ham after we judged her innocent.
It's interesting that he says that, like, similar, right? Because I do think at first they do seem very similar. They both did like vigilante justice in their own ways.
Yeah.
So I can see the similarities there, but yeah.
She takes it to a whole nother level.
Question was asked, would you commit the same mistake as now? He says, I don't think I would. I can't endure this pain.
I mean, I can't blame him.
Is Kotoko the little girl? No, she's the wolf girl. She's the wolf girl.
She's the very last character, always depicted with like a pack of wolves. I think she originally worked as some sort of like private detective or maybe even police detective, but eventually started taking justice into her own hands.
Yeah. And she attacked all the people we've voted as guilty. And then final question, do you regret it? He says, I do. Why was I doing something like that? What other people do is none of my business. Definitely regrets it.
I mean, to an extent, he's not wrong. There's nothing like wrong with the mindset of like mind your own business. But if you I don't know, because like sometimes you do have to like stand up and speak up when you see something like that's clearly wrong. Like for example, like let me take my mother country of South Korea, but they used to have like a really flourishing neighborhood culture right up until like crime started spiking. If I remember correctly, it was basically like I think there was a witness to it was either a sexual crime or some violent crime. Like they tried to like protect the victim, and instead they ended up getting implicated in it.
Ooh, dang.
And when that news broke out, basically the citizens of Korea realized, oh shoot, so we can't really trust anyone, because if we like step in, we could end up being like judged as guilty or part of the crime or something like that. So they started like sticking to themselves. They didn't interact with anyone who wasn't already like their close friends already. And that's why South Korea has a bit more of like an isolationist culture now, like individually.
Interesting.
They don't go out of their way to interact with strangers, yada yada, etc.
Interesting. Very interesting.
So I think there might be like maybe a similar kind of like mentality in Japan, which is why I think Fuuta's perspective here makes sense.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't know. If he regrets like canceling people online, that's one thing. Yeah. But the fact that he took it so far as to say what other people do is none of my business, I don't know. I think as human beings, we do bear some sort of social responsibility to like, you know, band together, call people out when they're doing something wrong. But then I also can't fault people when they're trying to, you know, protect their own lives, maybe to some point their own safety. Especially if you get backlash like this. Yeah. He got beat bad. He got beat up bad. Like, I feel like the Fuuta's come to the point where he maybe would have prioritized like his own place and peaceful order in like society more so than what he perceives as doing the right thing. Yeah, agree. Yeah. All right. Let us head into the voice drama here. I do want to point out for this voice drama, the VAs went hard. I highly recommend people check this one out like for themselves. The VAs went hard, like he went hard. Fuuta's VA went hard. Highly recommend giving it a listen. Okay, so let's start it up here. So Fuuta says, but you know, thanks to this pain, I finally figured out the whole deal with Milgram. I mean, you forgave Kotoko, right? You affirmed her, right? Her belief is that it's fine to do whatever people
it's fine to do whatever to people who have done something wrong. We respond with, you're wrong. I gets interrupted. Didn't think it turned out like this, right? I just thought that wrong things are wrong and that crime is a crime. You get that? Don't you see? Aren't we the same? We respond with, you and me, the same? And he responds with, very large phrase here, I'm in the same boat as you. And yet, you didn't forgive me, did you?
I forgave you, Fuuta!
True, that Ari did, it's true. So he's making a point. He says that you are the one who did this to me. And then when Ise responds, I didn't do this to you, Kotoko did. He goes like, but you didn't think it turned out this way, right? He is saying, I felt the same way when I made the hit piece on the person who eventually took their life, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's drawing pretty crazy parallels, but he is making a good point here. There are parallels between what he did and what we did. We did say Kotoko was innocent and kind of gave her the kind of drive to do this, which caused her to attack him, attack Mahiru. And he's being like, yo, we're very similar.
Mm-hmm.
And then he continues on. Apparently she's dead. That's true. Then we respond with, then what you did wasn't just go off on someone online. You killed someone. And then he says, but all I know is that the outcome of them being dead. Mahiru is still on the brink of death. If she had died from that, we'd be exactly the same. So he's going hard right now. He's going hard. He's saying that, like, if the doctor was not there and Mahiru was found out dead, you and me would be 100% the same. You and me would be 100% the same because it would be your fault that she ended up dead. Of course, she's not dead right now, but he's saying if that was the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this one is crazy. Again, highly recommend people give this one a listen. And then so they go off on that, and then we ended off with this. So in the course of this conversation, Ise is being very sympathetic to Fuuta here. And he goes like, first and foremost, I'm honestly starting to think of you all as something like comrades. And Fuuta goes like, Ace. But he kind of cuts that off by saying, however, I am the warden. And the warden I have to, judge the sins of my comrades without holding back, even while they are weeping right in front of me. And then he just, like, starts screaming. Like, yes! He starts screaming. And then, like, he can't scream too much because he has too many injuries, of course. But, yeah, it was a rough. It was crazy. It was crazy.
See, I thought S was kind of like just the amalgamation of like all of the netizens' voices and thoughts. And to an extent, he still is symbolizing us.
Kind of, yeah.
But I think it's become more clear with this voice drama that S actually is his own character. And he has his own thoughts and feelings. Now, you could like say to an extent, well, he's just going off what the public voted, which is true. But then what about the people, the percentage of the public who didn't agree with that guilty verdict?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really good point.
Like me.
Yeah, I agree. Right? That's true. Ari voted him innocent. Yeah, to add on to that as well, in terms of like S as a character, yeah, I think I agree with you. S is definitely a character who obviously hears our voices, and he kind of, I guess, considers us kind of all as one. But yeah, I definitely agree that he's definitely his own character for sure. Well, hey Tay, what's up? All right.
I keep thinking back to like the Kotoko thing, right? Like I remember she like initially offered the deal or like some bribe, like if you vote me innocent or judge me innocent, then like she'll like judge other criminals for us or something. I forgot the exact details, but because like what if you wanted to vote her innocent, but you didn't want to agree to that deal.
Ooh, so do you want everybody innocent?
Right.
Because she only went after the guilty ones, except for I think what was his name again? Mikoto, because Mikoto was able to fight her off on equal terms.
Right. And then she
So
would
is
have
that
gone after Amane if we hadn't woken up.
Yeah, I mean, she would have gotten out to anime. Yeah, if she had enough time. So is that the strategy? Should we have voted only Mikoto guilty, so that she would only go after him, and then it would be equal, and then nothing would have happened? Maybe.
But then would she have been able to go after him even if we had voted her guilty?
Ooh, that's good. What happens if we vote her guilty? Then what happens?
Well, I would.
I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's what makes. I think that's what makes the kind of getting a little bit more metagamey here. I think that's what is so brilliant about Kotoko's trial, because I think people really resonate to vigilante justice, especially because she was able to save a little girl, right? She saved a little girl from a creep. So I think they had a feeling that people would vote her innocent, right? Because, you know, we believe in this idea of justice, and I do think that she was justified in what she did, but it's just like, you didn't realize that choice you made had ramifications.
Right.
And these are the ramifications of that. So it's like it's kind of genius, right? It's like they set up this character who, like, anybody, I think, with like morals would be like, oh yeah, she was justified in doing that. But it's like, while giving her this justification, you also kind of gave her a right to go attack other people in a way. So,
now that does make me wonder, how would Fuuta have ended up if we voted him innocent? Would he have also gone off the rails like Haruka did? Or maybe like, I don't know, would he continue on like on his parade of online cancellations, yada yada?
Yeah, good question. Oh, one thing I didn't mention, it was mentioned in the voice drama, but I kind of want to focus on like his debate with Ace. He did hear the voices. He heard the voices. He's tormented by the voices. He talks about that. He's just like, I can't take this pain. I can't take this judgment from all the voices. So he did indeed hear the voices, and he's being traumatized by them because they're saying things about him, and he's hearing them all. And
you know what? That's also very meta, considering like he used to use like that same online army to attack others, and now they've turned on him instead.
Yeah, in a huge way. Yeah. In a huge way. The people creating Milgram are very big brain and very smart. Agree. Yeah. You can tell with a lot of these characters that, like, especially at the round one, I do feel this feeling of just like, oh, these characters were set up for people to be like, oh, they're innocent or guilty. Just so they can do
I had that feeling too, especially with Kotoko. It's like, it's extremely suspicious that she has like almost like a picture perfect story of like vigilante justice with only just a hint of maybe going unhinged at the end.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah.
All right, let's head into the theories here. He can't expose people online. So he hates all the eyes and the judgment of Milgram. So yeah, he's very traumatized by Milgram, the Milgram experience. Heavy paint on all the victims, but light on the final. Yeah, we mentioned that. Both PVs, her monster is a witch. Does that relate to the bad thing that she did? Maybe people were wondering. People were wondering, did she even do a bad thing? Maybe he heard just
like
hearsay?
Remember the Salem witch trials, like if someone even suspected someone of doing witchcraft, even if they didn't do anything, then they just like burned them at the stake or sank them in the lake with a stone tied to their neck or something.
Right, yeah. And so people were making the comment of just like, oh, maybe the first two victims, he directly saw it. But maybe with this girl, he just heard that she was doing something and then, you know, said the thing. Potentially, maybe. But yeah, no, but you absolutely clocked it, just like people were thinking. They were thinking, oh, witch, Salem witch, you know, picking the connection there. Yeah. So another thing people noticed. So the beginning of the music video, the lyrics start with "Fear my flames," and then it goes into "I cannot stop this fire." Right. So at the beginning, you know, he was like doing his vigilante justice, and like people, you know, should fear him, so don't do evil things. But then the fire got too out of control, right? It's too powerful, and you cannot even stop it. Backdraft, that's the name of the music video. So what does backdraft mean? A backdraft is where the fire has died down, but it gets a sudden burst of oxygen, so a big explosion is created because of the sudden burst of oxygen. That's what a backdraft is. A lot of the times backdrafts happen if a house is on fire and it has died down a little bit and then somebody suddenly opens a window. Because you suddenly open the window, that's a sudden burst of oxygen, so a big explosion is made because of that backdraft. He sees us just like anyone else with a spray can. So people with spray cans, he's saying that like people with spray cans make a judgment. So, and he is saying at the end of this music video that we also have a spray can, just like just like he did at the beginning of the music video, just like the people that sprayed that girl. He's saying that we are all the same. Again, this idea that we are all the same. Somebody made an interesting comment. I thought this was very interesting because they were making such a good point with this. Someone made the comment: if Kotoko were returned to her life, she would kill again, but Fuuta would not.
Yeah.
I do agree with that. I do.
Yeah, same.
Yeah.
We validated her, but we haven't validated Fuuta.
Yeah, we're similar to Fuuta. Go ahead.
Oh, maybe, I actually may have like touched on it earlier. Anyways, go on.
Okay, yeah. We are similar to Fuuta. He says, I didn't think it'd turn out like this. And maybe we had the same thoughts after we saw Mahiru, after we saw Fuuta get beat up as bad as they did. Is like, oh, I didn't think that would happen. That's the exact same thought he had, right?
Right.
Yeah, able to criticize without fear of repercussion. So are we the hypocrites, right? We are criticizing these people because there's no repercussions for us doing it, right? There are repercussions for him, but there are no repercussions for us. So are we the hypocrites?
Yeah, I did think there would be some meta commentary on us being the one like judging all of these like criminals, or well, quote unquote alleged criminals. And it's also like, well, what would we have done if they were in their shoes, or we were in their shoes, and we were the ones being judged?
Right. It's a good question.
And then like people being in different scenarios, or like not different scenarios, similar scenarios, but we judged them differently. So what was the reasoning there?
Yeah. It's like when you put them back to back, it's like, oh man, it's like, did we really make the right choice here? Next point. So you clocked this pretty early, I noticed. Which is interesting. I don't know if you remember this fact. So in the Milgram Center, each of them are in their own prisons. There's actually 11 cells. And you were kind of clocking this earlier. So a lot of people are making the theory that like, okay, what if Ease, or maybe even us, what if we are prisoner number 11? Because there is one empty prison cell, which is number 11.
Yes. I did wonder if S was like a former / current prisoner. I do remember that.
Yeah. And then, so yeah, this trial also has a big connection to the real Milgram project. There was kind of like a funny comment in the Twitch chat that kind of maybe alluded to that in a little bit. But we think we have to vote innocent or guilty. But if we go back to the original Milgram experiment, the quote-unquote best answer to do in the real Milgram experiment is to say, I'm not going to participate in this.
Yeah.
Right? And leave. Because they were allowed to just leave. But like the proctor did their best to encourage somebody to keep electric shocking them, even if somebody was in pain and hurting. But kind of the morally best answer was seen as just like, I can't do this anymore, I'm just leaving.
Right.
So is that the real answer to this? Is the real answer nobody votes?
Or drive it to like a 50-50 so that they don't get an innocent or guilty verdict. Game the system. But that's kind of tricky to do online.
Yeah. A little bit of alien stage, right? A little bit of alien stage energy with that one, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, exactly the bottom point. The answer might be not to vote, but is that even possible?
Right.
Is that even possible? Yeah. Very interesting point.
Yeah, alien stage. I had Meter react to it a while back.
Good songs. All right. So with all that being said, definitely one of the most meta ones so far.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. Final thoughts on Kajimi Yama Fuuta.
I still maintain he's innocent. My boy did nothing wrong.
Oh, okay. Let's see how
I mean, like,
the chat.
I have to respect that he takes responsibility for his actions, and he doesn't want to like, act as like an online vigilante hero of justice again. Which, like,
Mhm.
fair, but I feel like I shouldn't have to, like, vote him guilty just to keep him in that same mentality, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, for
Like,
sure.
I still maintain that he still did no crime, but now I also have to wonder, like, if I voted him innocent,
Mhm.
then how would that shift his psyche in the future? And then
It's a
how
good
would
question.
that also inform his interactions with other people? Like, if we vote him
Mhm.
innocent, and then we vote Kotoko guilty at the end, depending on what we find out about her, then I don't know. Will she like
Yeah, I
maybe
see.
judge us for being like, well, you voted him guilty first, so shouldn't I still like
Mhm.
go after him? Or would she like change her mind, be like, well, the courts have changed her mind, so I will not attack him.
Mhm. Interesting thought. Interesting thought. Peach said he needed that first guilty verdict. Interesting thought.
I mean, yeah, I still kind of maintain like at the end of his first music video, he was kind of like looking at his phone in shock. So to an extent, I feel like he would have regretted like what he did, regardless of whether he was voted innocent or guilty. But maybe that's just the copium I hang on to.
Fair. Anatsui says in the chat, to play the devil's advocate here, at the end of the music video we just watched, Ace pointed out that while he did apologize to Ace, he never apologized to his victim, but still innocent for me though. That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, to be fair, can you apologize to your victim when they're dead? But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Very good point. Very good point. Yeah.
Yeah, you do need to some remorse like to your victims. Like, yeah, I did play a role in this, and that was my bad, and I'm sorry for that.
Wait, there's two T's. Wait, you can't. Don't put that hashtag with one T. That's a whole different thing. Don't put that hashtag with only one T. There's two U's. Excuse me. There's two U's. That's a completely different hashtag.
By the way, chat ads are probably gonna be starting soon, so we'll hold off on reacting to the third song until then. And I also need to get water too, so
All right, let me put my own ads as well.
yeah. So I'll be right back, guys. I need water from my throat.
Water break. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reflected if we think he was the first innocent. Yeah, I mean that is a very good point. I have ads. It's time to get water as well. I thought it was free. Nope. Everybody's got ads. Unless you sub, don't forget to subscribe. That's a good point. That's a very interesting point. That's a very interesting point. The idea that like maybe he potentially needed to get humbled. I don't think he needed to get beat up to the level that he was beat up, because I think he might be missing an eye. Like that's kind of crazy. If I don't know, yeah, I don't know if that eye patch means that the eye is just injured or like he's legitimately missing his eye. I don't think he needed to get beat up to the point that he's missing his eye. But yeah, no, that's an interesting one. That's an interesting idea, that like the idea of like you need to be like humbled first or whatever it is. Need to be shown that what you did was indeed wrong. Interesting thought. Not getting beat up, messed up on letting the wolf go free. Right. Again, there's such a Freedom. Hi. Oh, hey, Tech. There was such a genius, right, in making the character who she is. Because yeah, I think 9 times out of 10 on a first watch through, when you don't understand the implications of your actions, I think almost anybody's gonna vote her innocent, right? Because it's a very justifiable thing that she did, right? She saved a little girl from a creep. So of course anybody would justify her. So it would be a hard sell to vote her guilty the first time. It would be a very, very hard sell, but we didn't realize that like this is what she was gonna do. Well, I got suspended and I got to go home early. What the heck? How did that happen? Yeah, this is planned. You can tell a lot of these characters were planned with the intention of, oh, we know people are gonna vote them innocent or guilty. We know for sure. Fuuta is a prime example of Kotoku's ideology. Bring pain to the culprit until they never do it again. Oh, that's an interesting point too. Yeah, true. I mean, I will say I don't think for Futa's specific situation, I don't think he ever would have done it again anyway. I think even in that first PV, you can tell he had regrets about the fact that he condemned that last girl. Like, I don't think he would have done it again anyway. Like, I think the guilt was already getting at him. I do think the guilt was already getting at him that he definitely didn't want to do it again anyway.
Wah.
Wow.
Wah.
Wow.
Wah.
Wow. I turned into Wario. I didn't know if you were doing Ina or Wario, but I went the Wario route.
I don't know Wario, and I wasn't thinking of Ina, but fair enough.
Really? Oh, never mind.
I know Ina likes to do was.
Wow. Wow. Welcome back.
I have my water.
Nice. I do need to BRB for a little bit though. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I'll entertain chat in your absence. How are you doing, guys? How are you feeling about Milgram so far? Are you enjoying my theories and reactions? Also, Meter did a fantastic job putting all this together, so make sure to show your appreciation for him. He spent a lot of time and effort making these slides. Alright, help make Meteor page child support due to clients being our father. I don't think we should be parentified. I'm with Meteor on this one. You guys can fend for yourselves. You guys are adults, presumably. No, yes. I'm thinking we're probably gonna leave off of maybe character number 5, which, if I remember correctly, I think that's Shidou. Cause I think it would be optimal to do like a 50-50 split of the characters. So like 5 this week, maybe another 5 next week, or whenever we do part 2. And then it'll be time for the 3rd trial. I wonder if maybe like character song number 2 will have come out by the time we finish the 2nd trial. Do you guys know how much time passed in between song drops for the 1st and 2nd trials? I could technically look it up on the YouTube channel right now, but I also kind of don't want to be spoiled on anything, so... I'm not sure. Yeah, that'd be something to look at. That'd be something interesting to look at later. I will say, I'm looking forward to Muu's song. I believe Muu is character number 4, right? Because her song from the 1st trial is literally still stuck in my head. Like, the chorus is so catchy. It's got like a very nice, like catchy, even rhythm to it, which I think is how it helps it make it feel so memorable. 2 months. Oh, okay. When did the first song for 3rd trial drop? They were probably just waiting for Deco to be done with Transform before resuming work on Trial 3. Oh, was Transform his album back then? I feel it sounds familiar. I'm not fully caught up on Deco hits, guys. I have to go back and binge all of his Vocaloid stuff later. I know Ghost was an album. I think Transform was also an album or either an EP. I remember there was a music elimination thing on the Milgram subreddit. Muu's T2 song won at the end. Oh! I have high hopes for it then. I remember for the 1st trial, it was Yuno and Muu's songs that felt the most like classic Deco 27. So yeah, I have high expectations for Muu's 2nd song. Transform is an album. Okay. Just making sure. Did you guys watch his most recent reload of Yoamushi Mont Blanc? I should say listen, but technically there was a music video for it. Did he sign a contract with, like, that one Vocaloid company? What are they called? Krypton or something? Because why is it Miku instead of Gumi? I ended up listening to, like, another producer's Gumi cover with, I think it was Synth 4 or 5, that version of Gumi. And it ended up sounding so much more natural. But I really liked the new music video for the reload version of Yoamushi Mont Blanc. Lots of great symbolism, and the lyrics change. I also like appreciate like the production quality was upped like drastically for the Reload version. Like musically, this is my more favorite like version to listen to. But yeah, there's a lot of Vocaloid stuff I need to catch up on. I only really keep up to date on Giga releases, and I think he's dropping a new song soon. So yeah, I'm hyped. I'm hyped. Do you guys have a favorite Vocaloid producer? Mine is Giga, to be honest. I'm like really basic. I love electropop and club bangers, so that's why Giga appeals the most to me, especially his more recent work. But I know some people like prefer other producers, like Eve. I think what was Kenshi Yonezu's producer name? Hachi, and then obviously Deco27, Cosmo, Bosso P. I forget some of the more classic Vocaloid producers. I know Kira is also around. I haven't listened to much of Kira, though they do use Gumi. I appreciate them for that. Mine are Deco Giga, actually. Yes! Yes! Giga supremacy.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi!
Hey, hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Cosmo's music scares me as a Project Sekai player. Yeah, basically, like, the disappearance of Hatsune Miku beat map, oh my god. I haven't tried attempting, like, was it the expert or master versions yet, but when I do, I know my fingers are gonna be sweaty at the end of it.
I should try that game at some point.
Oh, you should. It's a decent, like, beginner-friendly music rhythm game. And the reason why I say it's beginner-friendly is because pretty much almost all of the maps, like even the hardest levels, can be completed by just using 2 fingers.
Ah, okay.
But you still have to, like, get yourself used to, like, the extremely fast pace and, like, the extremely high number of notes and beats and, like, the master and expert versions.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, are you gonna try the Persona 5 gacha that's coming out? Speaking of gachas.
Oh yeah, I am so hyped.
I know.
I've been waiting.
I've been waiting for an English version this whole time. I can't believe it came out in China, Taiwan, and Korea for like 4 years, and not even a Japanese release. That's what shocks me.
Right? That's so crazy because it's like, yeah, it's a home country, and like Japanese people love gachas too.
I wonder if it was like a licensing thing or something.
Maybe, yeah, it might be.
I remember like Ruby, if you know Ruby RWBY, it also got a gacha, but only in China.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Usually a lot of gachas start in China first. That's like the biggest market for it. Yeah, I heard one of my viewers on YouTube plays it a lot, and he's been following the news and telling me about it. Yeah, apparently, yeah, the international server is coming too. And apparently it's gonna be tied to, like, it's gonna be both, like, they're gonna be tied together, maybe.
Oh, hopefully. I do wonder if we'll get like the Persona 3 Reload collab on the global server at some point, because it's happening right now on the current servers, and if we don't get it, I'm going to be pissed.
Same. Yeah, I'm super hyped to try it out. I'm hoping maybe it comes out like in the summer, maybe.
Yeah, I think the Japanese version said it comes out summer 2025. They just haven't announced the release date yet.
Okay.
Ruby has a gacha? Well, they had a gacha. It's at ECOS now.
Yeah. I don't think Ruby's that big. I know people like Ruby, but
it's not that big anymore. It passed its peak many years ago, including the writing.
Yeah, I've heard people say that.
Yeah, I have a couple of mutuals who are really big into Ruby, and I'm just like, yeah, I think it stops being okay after Volume 6.
I stopped after Volume 1.
To be fair, Volume 1 is probably the weakest out of the entire series.
Interesting. Okay.
But then Volume 7 and 8 are, and I think also 9 are, they exist.
They exist. Fair.
I haven't watched since Volume 4. Okay, to be fair, I think a lot of people dunk on Volume 4 unfairly. I think it was an okay season for what it was. But then again, if I were to go back and rewatch it, maybe I would find more problems with it than I did originally. But I believe Volume 4 is a stronger season than Volume 5.
Okay. Oh, Dylan Gu? I didn't know. Does he work out way back then too?
Yeah, he used to work as an animator for Ruby. I think maybe alongside Montium. I think he got trained by him to some extent. And then later he left Rooster Teeth and formed his own animation company.
Yeah, I know about that, yeah. He makes a lot of like Hoyo animations. So
He also made the music video for Iron Mouse's original song Feast.
Yeah.
Which I thought was super cool.
Yeah, super duper cool.
Volume 4 was also the end of the YouTube releases. I think they eventually released them for free on the Rooster Teeth website anyway. They had to. I think they stopped releasing on YouTube because they said it wasn't like doing much for their revenue. Though I think that was kind of a mistake in a way.
I mean, yeah, eventually Rooster Teeth went under, so.
Yeah. I mean, they went under for like many more reasons that are not tied to their animated shows.
For sure.
But if we were to sit and talk about those, we'd be here all night.
Rooster Teeth. All right.
I did hear that Bernie bought it again, so who knows what might happen with it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Bernie Burns is like one of the original founders of Rooster Teeth. He left the company at one point to like do his own thing, live like a small Scottish farm life with his wife. But then I think it was earlier, either this year or late last year, he bought back the rights to the company.
Oh.
So we'll see.
It's almost like what happened with Smosh with the original.
Yeah.
Owner just came back and bought it.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. All right. Aren't we good to keep going? All right. So, for Fuuta, Ari has said innocent. The Shatters have also said innocent. But what did the people say? What did the people vote? It turns out the people voted for innocent, a 76.
Wait, innocent or guilty?
Okay, I forgot to change the thing on the bottom left, but innocent.
Okay, so the netizens finally changed their tune.
Yeah. Innocent. Yeah, I've got to change that thing, my bad. But yeah, innocent. 70, heavily innocent. 76.
So how much of that is because, like, they finally, like, viewed Fuuta as having taken some responsibility for his actions? Or how much of that is also, like, skewed by, like, his audio drama with S being like, oh, maybe we were the hypocrites all along? Right,
the parallels. Definitely, I think everything that we've been saying, like, the parallels are getting to us, we're getting to them. And then, like, yeah, exactly. Okay. All right. Are we ready for the next music video?
Yes. Chad has been telling me that Muu's second trial song has been rated the highest in like a Milgram song elimination thingy contest, so I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, this next one is probably like one of the craziest. It's crazy. It's like when I first saw this, I was like, oh shoot, like. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anything else. Let's just watch it.
Well, I was also talking in terms of like the actual song, but yeah, I'm looking forward to it regardless.
Oh yeah. No, in terms of the actual song too, it's like it's still in my head as well.
Yeah, these songs are always catchy.
All right, so here we go. Yeah, this one's super crazy, super catchy. It's definitely one of the best for everything. This is Muu's second trial, called "It's Not My Fault." It's not my fault.
Girl, it is your fault. I voted you guilty. Oh, there's the gooey hourglass again. Is that a heart? What the? Is she like some sort of insecty queen?
Insect queen.
I knew it! Girl was manipulative as fuck! Okay, this definitely feels like a traditional Vocaloid music video. I'm just gonna say that.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's a banger. Yeah. Recognize it yet?
The drama queen.
The drama queen.
But she's also said manipulate others with her gentle sting, so what if she's the one creating the drama?
Oh, interesting.
Nah, I don't think you. I don't think you didn't mean it. Ooh, you're just being bored.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Oh, right.
I feel
That's
like
the
in more-
girl she attacked, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, they saw her.
How many girls were in her original group again?
These 4.
Okay.
These 4.
There were
So her and
3 behind the insects queen.
Oh,
Unless I
here's the scene.
miscounted. Oh yeah.
Oh, After Pain. Let's name the first movie.
Mm-hmm. She transformed into a butterfly?
Oh, kinda. Flying out.
Oh, it turned into orange, not green.
Yep.
What are you, queen of girly? Your classroom was a mess.
All right. There we go. Okay. All right. What do we think?
I think I forgot some of like the symbolism from like the previous music video, so that lack of knowledge is probably gonna transfer over into this one. So sorry if I sound like a little bit more dumb than I should be in advance for y'all folks out there. I just want to say my first gut reaction is I am vindicated. I knew she was guilty the whole time.
It's true. You did say she was guilty the first time. You did.
I mean, like, we see the crime in the music video. I don't know what else to tell you.
Yeah.
And then we see her being manipulative, and so they depict her as like a queen of like some sort of like insect species. It's kind of like a mix between like bees and I don't think butterflies have queens, even though like at the end she kind of like is emerging from some cocoon, which kind of made me feel like oh, maybe she's like transforming to some sort of like butterfly or like more, I don't know, grown up mature insect creature. But yeah, but the thing with queens is like they're the ones commanding like the entire colony, right? Yeah, so like yeah, she's the one that she sees herself as like at the top of the pecking chain. She expects like people to like play along with her whims. She'll manipulate them however she wants to get what she wants. So yeah.
Yeah.
As far as like more like viewing more of her actual real life crime, I don't think there's anything else that I can like extrapolate, like put together for the story.
Yeah. There's definitely one key thing is like let's think about like timeline, right?
Yeah.
So let's chunk the timeline into 3 segments. So segment 1 was not shown to us until right now. Segment 1 was her kind of being, like you said, this like queen, and she's kind of like controlling the crowd and like pretty much, you know, let's call a spade a spade. She was bullying people, right? And then the second chunk is a lot of what we saw in the second one is that she was the one being bullied against.
Right.
The third chunk is like, of course, the murder. So we didn't see anything of the first chunk. She only showed us the fact that she was getting bullied. She never showed us about the fact that she was like the queen of this like group and was you know, talking behind people's back, you know, bullying other people. She never showed that to us until right now. She kept that hidden.
Okay, so that is like probably the only thing to add to the music video or like the storyline. But I think I kind of like gleaned a little bit, like she's not really truly like the victim Eldas from the previous music video, so yeah, it's kind of a little blur in my head because it's been so long since I reacted to that.
Yeah. Oh, but one theory that you did say that probably didn't get mentioned because I think that theory is probably gone by now.
Uh-huh.
Is you were wondering about the fact that like, oh, was she into that one girl, and they were kind of ostracizing her because of like a potential gay relationship.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. Seemingly there was none of that here, so it's probably.
Who knows?
I mean, it could still keep it correct.
Because it'll be our third trial.
Yeah, let's go to the questions here. Here we go.
All right.
So, question was asked: would you commit the same mistake as now? She says, "I don't get what you mean by mistake. You said I didn't do anything wrong after all." So again, whenever we say somebody's innocent, get ready to, they're gonna gleam that as like, oh, that was the thing being said. So they're gonna get a little bit. Some people get an ego, right? Some people get a little bit of an ego. Haruka got an ego. Now seemingly Muu gets an ego too.
I mean, they're also like joined together. They have some whatever the thing they have going on, so it makes sense.
That's true. So second question: do you remember the name of the person you killed? And she says, "Of course I do. It's Ray, right?" How do you feel about the first trial results? And then Muu says, "That's what I keep saying. I wasn't in the wrong from the beginning."
Want to say that again?
Fourth question: were you in the right for your actions? A simple yep. And then finally, do you regret it? She says, I should have chosen my friends better.
I mean, probably, yeah. But if you were also being manipulative, I feel like you would have had the same outcome.
It's interesting that that's her response. She says nothing about the killing. Like, for the do you regret it? She's like, oh, I should have picked different friends.
Yeah, it's like, if I had a different friend group, then this would never have happened. It's kind of like what she's saying.
For sure. All right. Let's head into the voice drama here.
Audio drama.
I should remember this. I don't remember this one, so let's take a look at this. Okay, here we go. So, start this off with, I know now that I can get whatever I want if I just ask for it. So I don't need to be on edge anymore. So, a lot of ego. And then Ace wonders, was it really right to forgive you?
No. Straight up no.
She responds, you saw it, didn't you? All the awful things that were done to me, that situation where killing someone, it was the only way out.
Girl.
And then here's like the big comment she says, no matter the circumstances, it's always the bullies who are in the wrong. Isn't that obvious? Very interesting sentence there. It's always the bullies who are in the wrong. Isn't that obvious?
I mean, like, it's interesting that you bring that up, because I remember when A Silent Voice came out, and then different countries kind of had, like, different receptions to it. So, like, for example, in the States, like, okay, not to, like, spoil too much of, like, A Silent Voice, but basically it involves, like,
spoiler warning.
A bully in elementary school bullying someone else because of, like, her deafness, and then eventually he gets turned on and gets bullied himself, and it's kind of like sort of like his redemption story. So like the States, like the Western side of the world kind of responded like pretty like well to that. They were pretty sympathetic towards him. But I remember in China, so there's like this it's kind of similar to Rotten Tomatoes, but it's kind of like a website where user reviews of movies are aggregated, and the overwhelming reception on that website, Douban, was pretty much they were not sympathetic to him. Like, once a bully, always a bully. And there's like there was no consideration for like the nuance of his situation without giving away spoilers. Like, yes, what he did was wrong, but then there was also like context to it.
Yeah, forgiveness exists, especially if you like make the effort to change your character. For sure, that's what I think, at least. Also, I think something, of course, is that like it's interesting that she says it's always the bullies who are in the wrong, but it's like, is that counting yourself in the beginning of you, like, you know?
Yeah, like you were bullying others, and then so people ostracized you when they eventually like stood up for that. Like, is that Was she actually being bullied? Well, I mean, I guess she was to an extent, but like, I don't know. It, like I said, it's nuanced.
Yeah. Continuing on, so away from that topic. So she brings up a very interesting idea. So this is the interesting idea she brings up. So she says, actually, couldn't you just forgive everyone? Then Kotoko wouldn't run amok, and then you wouldn't have to think about all this difficult stuff. Which is kind of a good point. See if you just forgive everybody. It's an interesting point to bring up. But Ace says, that is a very enticing proposal. Because this is, and he says he wouldn't do it because this is the role I'm playing. And then she responds with this. She says, and I was assigned to the role of prisoner, but that doesn't mean I'm now nothing but a prisoner at heart. I'm still me after all. Very interesting point to bring up. Very interesting point. And then she ends it off with again a very harrowing message. She ends it off with a very harrowing message. She says, but if you don't forgive me, Haruka-kun would die. So I think it's best to not do that. Ace responds, you heard that nonsense too? And then she ends it by saying, so I can rest easy. According to him, that made me happy, and it made me really feel our friendship.
I mean, considering that she literally labels herself as a manipulator right after that in her music video, I think it's probably safe to say that I think she manipulated Haruka in their current relationship so that she can kind of use him as a trump card to get the verdict that she wants.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised considering what we've seen in this music video. Yeah, the whole Queen Bee mentality.
Yeah.
Peaches says even if she was bullied, she still killed someone. That's true. None of the other bullies did that.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Also, we already voted Haruka guilty, so like, just vote them both guilty at this point.
That's true. Yeah, we already voted Haruka guilty. Okay, let's head into the theories here. So, fan thoughts and theories. So she never showed her side of the bullying in the trial one. I brought that up earlier. Does she maybe have a god complex? Got some queen bee mentality going on here. So this next theory was something. It was from the voice drama, but I didn't include it just because of the flow. So she sees bullying as physical acts. Ace asks her, okay, but you were being a bully, right? And she responds with essentially like, I never hit anybody. I never like attacked anybody. So to her, bullying is just physical. Like her way of bullying that she did in the beginning with kind of like, you know, the rumors.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Gossip. There you go. Gossip is the big word. Gossip, right? So she doesn't see like the mental, the verbal abuse as bullying. She does not see this as bullying. She thinks only physical things are bullying, which is interesting.
That's a weird take to have.
So in her mind, she's never been a bully. That's why she said what she said. In her mind, she's never been a bully. Because to her, it's just physical stuff. So she's never been a bully. Was she just gossiping or just bullying? She actually doesn't know why she is bullied. She says she doesn't know why she was bullied. So she can't clock that. Of course, the idea is when Ray, as we know her name is now, when Ray saw all of this happened, she pretty much called them all out on it. And then when she was calling Muu out on it because she was like the main one, all her other three friends turned on her, and then the other three friends started bullying her, right? That's kind of like the timeline. Yeah. So Muu is saying that like, I don't know why my friends kind of betrayed me. Like I was never a bully or anything like that. Why is this happening? And in her twisted mind, she was just like, you know, I kind of need to make this stop. And again, in her twisted mind, that's why she did what she did.
I need to make the gossip stop. Therefore, I will kill girl.
Yeah, right. It's crazy. Yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, the victim was the only person who stood up to her toxic social hierarchy, right? So she had a big social hierarchy, and then the victim was the one. Ray was the one to do the thing. And this made things switch. So another big thing is the hourglass. You kind of clocked that at the beginning.
Yeah.
So the people were saying, so the hourglass, whoever is on top, right, is in control.
Right.
So in the beginning of the music video, because she said she's innocent, she takes control of the hourglass and now puts herself on top.
Mm-hmm.
And then right at the ending point with Ray, she grabs the hourglass at the end,
Right.
just as she is grabbing the leg of the chair here
Mm-hmm.
to kind of get back at her potentially.
Right.
Yeah, so the victim was the only person to stand up, and this made things switch. So now Muu's gang started bullying Muu, right? Instead of Muu's gang bullying random girl. So another thing to mention is, I doubt you were confused by this, but I was confused about this at 1st.
Mhm.
So I thought after they saw Ray, they started bullying Ray. But no, they started bullying some other random girl. Because yeah, they have a completely different haircut.
Mhm.
This is a different girl. But yeah, that's why. So they it swapped on her. So I guess timeline wise, she and her gang are harassing and bullying other people. Ray points out how bad it is, right? And now her own gang has turned against her. Instead of bullying other girls, they're not bullying Muu, and Muu wants the bullying to stop, and then continue from there. Continue to music video 1. The victim never bullied, just called her out. Yeah, that's true too. The victim never bullied, just called her out. Muu asks the victim for forgiveness, but knowing what Muu did in the past, she acts cold. So this is music video 1 stuff.
Right.
Because she's being bullied for being a bully, she's asking Ray to forgive her, right? Because she wants the bullying to end. She's like, please forgive me. And then Ray is just like, probably to herself, she's like, no, you did all these things, like this is your just desserts. So she just kind of coldly walks away, right?
Right.
And then she does the thing, right?
Yeah, she commits the act of murder.
So the so that happens. Another theory people had is that the ending could be symbolic of what Muu sees after her death. So the ending bit here, this could be symbolic of like not actually what happened in real life, but what she kind of sees in her head. What she sees in her head is Ray kind of taking back control of the hourglass, so taking back control of the situation. Because with her death, obviously with her death, that's not going to lead to her not being bullied anymore. If anything, she's probably going to be maybe not bullied more, but the law, right?
Right.
It's the ultimate action, right?
So then why did you kill the girl, Muu? I mean, to be fair, she clearly wasn't thinking straight, but like, it's like post-crime clarity, right? Like, holy.
Yeah, she was not in the right space. Annecy says in the chat, I theorized that this moment where Ray caught the bullying after pain started. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was the key with this music video, is that we never saw the start, and then we finally saw the start of the whole situation. And then I agree that you cut this right here, you start after pain, and then you come back here and it finishes.
Mm-hmm.
Hourglass placement equals on top equals control. The wings is interesting. So the wings, that you clock those too.
Yeah.
She got wings at the end. So that could symbolize her getting the innocent verdict of just like, oh, I was correct, or I was right, I was justified, right? So
yeah, then she breaks out of like that hourglass and supposedly in her mind frees herself from like that whole control game.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So in her mind, probably when she was first at Milgram, she maybe saw herself as being at the bottom, right? Visually, this one's at the bottom. But with that innocent verdict, now she's able to fly away, right? Now she's able to escape, fly away. She's innocent, so nothing's wrong.
Stoinks.
And then the final point tells us not to get proof from after pain. That's one of the lyrics.
Yeah.
Yeah, she says, don't go back there. Don't go back and watch it with new context. Because with the old context, it's like, oh, this is just some girl who's getting bullied for who knows what reason. But now with this new context, this is like, okay, no, she was not getting bullied for no reason. She was getting bullied because she was a bully herself.
Girl, you already submitted the evidence. There is no way to retract it.
Yeah. Oh, and then the drama queen line. I'm interested to know what drama queen what the original Japanese was for that.
Yeah.
Drama queen is a very like American type of like thing. I'm very curious.
There's probably a more accurate translation floating somewhere on the internet. I'll see if I can track it down later.
It's interesting. I saw the opposite actually. I saw a Japanese viewer talk about, oh, what does drama queen mean? And they looked up what drama
Oh.
queen meant, and they're just like, oh yeah, that makes sense. Because yeah, it does make sense that
Yeah.
she's the drama queen, right? Right? She was the she's the queen causing all the drama lately. Yeah. Like hysterical, maybe. I heard that Haruka and Muu's second trial is pretty badly translated. Okay, that's
I
fair.
mean, it's a running thing with like most Vocaloid music videos, especially Deco 27's. I think I noticed some
Yeah.
inconsistencies in the translation for the reloaded version of Yuan Mushi Mont Blanc.
Okay, interesting. They said the way I understood it, what she said in the MV was, "I'm so pitiful, aren't I?" Okay.
Girls still demanding pity after all this. Disgust me! Off to the Gumi
Alright.
Dungeon. The coldest depths of the Gumi Dungeon.
Great transition. Final thoughts.
Guilty!
Not my
Guilty! I
fault.
have nothing else to say. Fucking guilty! 100 times guilty!
Let's see what the chat has to say for Muu. Innocent or guilty for Muu. Oh, excuse me.
I mean, imagine watching that music video and then being like, yeah, she's still innocent. Or did they vote innocent just for Haruka, which I'm just like, I think they both dug their own graves to an extent.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think so. The first time that I watched this, it was on a reaction stream.
Yeah.
Because I'd watched the previous one, and like, of course, I had my theories and things like that.
Mhm.
But all I had the info was the music video, and then that's it. So for me, I was like, oh, this is just some girl getting bullied, and she got bullied to the point that she lashed out. Because I didn't clock the fact that like the person that she killed was an innocent person. In my brain, with just watching the music video, I was just like, oh, she struck back against somebody who was bullying her. Like, that's the interpretation that I had for the first music video. And then after watching this one, I'm just like, oh, shoot, I got fooled. I got tricked. I was like, no. I felt like I felt so stupid. I was like, oh my goodness, she tricked me.
That's the beauty of Milgram. We're constantly getting bamboozled, probably, if you don't pay
Yep.
attention.
Yeah, it's true. 100% guilty.
Innocent voters on Copium or just want to cause drama. I mean, true. Like, maybe they just want to play the metagame, see what happens to the characters.
That's true too.
Haha, what if I
Okay,
did the
it's looking-
funny and voted innocent? Hee.
To be honest, I wanted to innocent Muu just for my boy Haruka. That's true. That's actually a very good point. If you want to, because depending on how serious you think Haruka's threats are, keeping Muu alive could be an angle to play just to keep him alive.
But then
Not
what's
because you want
Milgram doing if they're not, keeping him from offing himself,
Yeah, that's true. Maybe they stop him from doing it. Yeah, we don't know. All right, Chad has also voted guilty. We got a double guilty here.
Yeah.
Guilty. But what did the people say at the time? The people of, when did this video come out? 2 years ago. People of 2023. The people said at the time they had voted her guilty. 74
Ooh.
guilty. Yo. Heavy.
That's a very
heavy.
resounding about face. They voted her innocent at first, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Innocent. That's why she got all the ego in the first place. She was just like, oh yeah, I was justified, or like, this is what I've been saying the entire time.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, nope, you are guilty. They went hard. Yeah, my opinion, pretty much what everybody's saying. I agree with everything that she's saying. I think it's just the fact that you don't see bullying as like mental torture or like mental harassment is like, no, that is bullying. That
No,
is
for sure.
bullying.
She needs a
Yeah,
wake-up call.
Yeah, she needs a wake up call. 100%. 100%. What you did is not justified at all.
Okay,
Haruka fans in
but
shambles.
I forget if I
Yeah.
asked this earlier, but like, what if you vote
Yeah.
someone guilty and they're just
Yeah.
resistant to that verdict? Like, I don't know if that happens at all in the
It's
second
interesting,
trial,
yeah.
but especially now, like, that we're going into the third trial, like, some characters have been voted innocent but later changed guilty, and then vice versa. So how does that affect, like, their psyche or their, like, reactions? Are they like, oh, they're just flip-flopping? Or maybe they still take it seriously?
Yeah, so far we've had 2 swaps so far. Haruka got a swap, innocent first, then guilty, and then Fuuta got the opposite swap. He was guilty at first, now he's innocent. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the flip flops are a very interesting one compared to some of the other ones, and Muu now too, innocent
Yeah.
and then guilty. So we're gonna see like how it really comes down on her. We'll see. I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
I do not believe she mentioned anything about voices.
Yeah.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, if anybody knows. I do not think she mentions anything about hearing voices. So, maybe it's because of the innocent verdict, I'm not sure, or not, but yeah, I do want to point out that I do not believe she said she heard our voices. Or mentioned it.
Maybe she was. Maybe the point is that she's just so absorbed in herself that she has no mental space to hear the voices.
Maybe. Yeah, that's an interesting theory. That's an interesting theory. I don't recall hearing her say so either. There you go. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a definite divide between people who hear voices and people who don't.
Mhm.
And yeah, it could be your theory. Yeah, she didn't pay it much mind because she was like, "Oh, I'm justified, so I only care about myself." Cool. Shall we go for the next one?
Yeah. Maybe one more, and then we end that for the night.
All right, sounds good. This is number 5.
Yes,
We have
Shidou.
Shidou is back with his second music video called Triage. Triage.
All right. It's slightly more upbeat compared to his last one.
Yep, for sure. For sure.
Oh, he looks different here. Younger self?
A little bit younger, yeah. Maybe before he became a doctor.
If I remember correctly, he wanted us to vote him guilty.
Yes, he wanted desperately to vote guilty, but was voted innocent.
Oh, what do we not know yet?
Labels are back again.
Killing and extracting.
Oh, who's that? New character.
Eh? Girlfriend?
Beautiful.
Sister? Wife?
Oh, kids.
Oh, he had an older brother. Oh no, those are his kids.
Those are
I was
his
confused
kids.
for a second.
Remembering the past.
Okay, so why do you want yourself to be voted guilty, bro? Lots of I noticed the fruits there on the floor at the end.
Yep. The tags are back.
Yeah. He gave a tag to his kid. Stabs the fruits and vegetables. And then the withered
Wilting.
flowers. Hostage game.
Oh, they're gone. Oh no. All right.
Okay.
There we go. That's Triage.
Okay.
First thoughts?
Alright, so just quick disclaimer for chat. I was kind of spoiled on some things in YouTube comments.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
So so unfortunately that will be living in the back of my head as I make my comments. But my first gut reaction
Yeah.
is that this is very clearly, outside of like some hints in the music video, all of the lyrics is just straight up his response to us voting him guilty. And then also callbacks to when he like stepped up to treat, if I remember correctly, was Fuuta and Mahiru's. Oh no, he didn't save Mahiru, right?
No, he did. He did.
Okay. He treated Futa's and Mahiru's wounds. So I think basically the gist of it, what he's saying, outside of the quote unquote crime he committed, he wanted to be voted guilty, but then he realized, oh yeah, I'm still a doctor. I can save lives. There are lives that need to be saved. So in the end, I guess I want to be voted innocent anyway, because that's the only way I can continue my work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. As for the music video itself, so if I think I theorized in the first trial music video that he was like collecting organs or whatnot to basically, I guess, save his wife or girlfriend that was kind of like in some brain dead vegetative state. But I didn't clock the fact that he had kids. Which is like throwing a wrench into like the whole theory. Because I don't know where the kids come into this, and they're gone too. We only see him sprawled out on like that one hospital bed when we hear like the flatlining of the heart monitor.
Yeah.
So like, I guess my interpretation is like, I guess they all passed away at maybe the same time.
Maybe like a car accident.
Yeah.
Or something, maybe. And maybe only the wife, like, quote unquote, survived.
Yeah,
but...
like the kids probably like were killed instantly, but the wife held. Well, they were able to preserve her in that vegetative state for a while, and he tried to save her, but I guess he ultimately couldn't.
Yeah. Right. Interesting thoughts. Interesting.
Mahiru's life lies on his treatment, unfortunately. I guess that's the hostage game he's referring to. That's fair enough. Yeah, I can see that happening. Yeah. That line did occur when, I think it was like his family in the background. I don't remember if he was walking towards them or walking away from them. But yeah, Mahiru and Fuuta to an extent, yeah.
Yep. Very true. Yeah, there was definitely a callback to that too.
Yeah, then there was like this series of shots where it was like kind of like cutting from kind of like the glimpses or dream imagery of like his family, and then Fruit like lying on the ground. I think probably partially broken as well. And then the prize tags come into play too. And then he hands one of them to one of his kids.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. He does at one point. There you go.
Did we talk about what the price tags symbolized in the previous music video? I think I forgot that one.
So the theory is that oh man, I'm trying to remember what the old theory was. The idea was that I do think it's supposed to be like how to identify patients. I don't know the specifics, but I think that was the core idea there. Okay. The identification of each of the patients. Overlapping with like at the time they were flowers.
Right.
With like, oh, you see what the flowers' attributes are, right? Yeah, but that's the idea with the tags.
Okay,
that's the idea with the tags.
I wonder if they ended up being hospitalized at his own hospital or something, and maybe that's why he gave the tag to his kid. So in the end, he wasn't the one that was able to save them because he was the one overseeing their care. Which I don't know if that could happen like legally. I think like
if there's like conflict of interest, maybe.
Yeah. But in a fictional world, we don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much all I have for this music video.
All right.
Or for my first thoughts.
Yep. All right, let's head into the questions here. So, we got questions here. First question is, draw a sketch of yourself. There's a sketch of him. He's,
it's a sketch.
Just draw himself crying. Okay. Question 2. What are your thoughts on Amane's changes? Amane is the small girl.
Right.
Who, it was noted, Amane does not like what he's doing because he saved somebody's life.
Right.
And according to her cult, that's wrong. You're not supposed to do that. So he says, the adults need to do something about it. It's frustrating because I can't move due to treating people's injuries, so I have no choice but to leave it to someone else. So he's worried about her, but he's like, my hands are tied. I can't really do anything.
Right,
But
right.
somebody else does something.
I'm worried about
third
Amane, to be completely honest.
Third question, tell us about your family composition. He starts writing something and then he scribbles over it. He never finishes that sentence.
Oh, do
So
we know
he's-
what he actually writes?
Hold on. Let me really quickly check if there was anything written at all. Interrogation. This was question 11. Oops. Oh wait, wrong one. Okay, season 2. Okay, season 2, question 11. Yeah, it was my wife and 2 kids.
Okay.
Covered over by accident. Yeah, but yeah, he did write my wife and 2 kids, and then he scribbles it out. Okay, so gonna confirm that is wife, that is kids, but they are scribbled out now. Okay, and then next question. Tell us about your dating history. He says, I don't remember much. I had one girlfriend in kindergarten. In elementary school, I had 2 relationships. And I started going out with my wife in my 2nd year of middle school.
Oh my god.
And we've been together ever since. So this is even more beyond high school sweethearts. This is like middle school sweethearts. They've been together for years. Middle school till adulthood. That's a lot of time.
That's like faded true love right there.
Right. It's crazy. That's a lot of time to know somebody and to be a couple with them.
Man, I still can't imagine having like quote unquote girlfriends, boyfriends in kindergarten.
Yeah, that's great.
I've gone like my entire life without having a single relationship, so it's like that's mind blowing for
Oh, wow.
me.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And then final question here. Do you resent the judgment in the first trial? He responds with, at first I did not understand it. However, it is the truth that if I was not forgiven, there were lives that could not have been saved.
Which I
So-
agree with.
Yeah. So he's saying right now that like alternate reality where people voted him guilty, both Mahiru would probably be dead, but maybe Fuuta would have been alive because Kazui did save him. So he would maybe be alive but a lot more injured, but I think
Mahiru would have died.
He would definitely have died, yeah, cuz she had no defenders.
Then would we even get like a character song for her, or we would have just been left
I don't
with
know,
9
yeah.
prisoners?
Yeah, what happens when someone dies? What happens with the music videos? I don't know.
And then there's the question of is Milgram just a collection of all their souls in the
Ooh.
afterlife or something?
Yeah, that's a good point. Can they die? Can they even die? This is like an afterlife situation. Okay. Wasn't she the 29? That's more like a decade of relationships. Yeah, that's a long time.
Yeah.
for those people. Which probably goes into the reasons why maybe he did what he did. All right, let us head into the voice dramas here. So voice drama. This one starts off in such a like harrowing but cool kind of way. So this starts off immediately, frame 1, with Shidou being like, orbital floor fracture on the right, traumatic retinal detachment, partial fracture of the thorax. This is Kajiyama-kun's present condition. So he is talking about every single thing that Fuuta has suffered from. And one of those things is retinal detachment. His eye is gone. I don't know if... Yeah, he was wearing an eye patch. Yeah,
I didn't
his
even
eye is
clock
gone.
it. Oh my god.
Yeah. Kotoko beat him bad. And he was getting defended at the end of it, too. He was getting defended at the end of it. Yeah, his eye is not there anymore. His eye is not there anymore. Yeah. He goes into detail, and then he continues on. Head lacerations, bruising all over her body. This may be outside my profession, but her mental health is deteriorating as well. Talking about Mahiru in the second part here. Continues on. Both their minds and their bodies are at their limits. Let's stop this already, S-kun. S-kun responding, I can't think of any method of stopping it or any way to get out.
How do you
So he's
leave
like-
Milgram?
So he's like, I don't know how to stop this, man. I don't know how to stop this. I don't know.
What if they stage a rebellion, a coup at the end?
Yeah, maybe, I don't know. That's not the only way to stop it. So he follows it up. New subject. You saw my true self, didn't you? There ought to be very few people who have taken more lives than I have. S responds, organ transplants. In other words, the act of removing organs from brain dead patients.
All right, that confirms it.
And something I didn't put here, but S talks about it. He says S essentially goes like, "That's the conclusion we came to," and then Shidou says, we," so implying he didn't hear the voices probably.
Ooh.
So he goes, "Yeah, we," and then he says, I continuously tried to persuade the relatives of brain dead patients who are against organ transplants. He would say to them, or rather he says, I would say to them, in order to save the life of someone you don't know, please let me kill your family member, I told them. Which is...
That's literally
He
the
probably
most
said it to
senseless thing you
them.
can say in this context.
Yeah.
Don't say kill them.
I will say I do think he's being a little bit hard on himself. I think he probably told them in a probably
Yeah.
nicer way, but
I
in his mind, yeah, he's probably this is how I told them.
But if he actually said that in a professional context,
for
how
word,
did
yeah.
Bro not lose his job at that point?
Yeah, he would have easily lost his job if he said that word for word. Yeah, he would have actually lost his job. Yeah. And then he follows it up. But as long as Milgram continues in this direction, we won't be able to save those who get injured if I'm not forgiven. I need to be punished, but I also need to stay alive or young lives will be lost. And then we're ending this off with S saying, I'm glad you're here in Milgram, and I mean this from the very bottom of my heart. Thank you for saving Fuuta and Mahiru. And he kind of tears up a little bit after hearing that.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, this one hits. This one hits. Because, yeah, going into detail about how each of both Fuuta and Mahiru were, truly injured. Even I didn't clock that. I saw he had an eye patch. Maybe he had an injured eye. No, he says traumatic retinal detachment. Detachment. That thing is gone. Insane.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to Kotoko's second trial music video later. I am fully prepared to hand her a guilty verdict.
Again, going back to the brilliance of it, they put her at the number 10 for a reason.
Yeah, they
'Cause,
did.
Again, they knew that she would do all these things, and we're seeing the ramifications of each of her actions as we go through each of these people, and it's just like you're saying, when we get to her eventually, but it's she's number 10, she's all the way at the bottom, so it's just when we get to you eventually, I swear, type of situation. It's they planned it perfectly. It's great.
I know. It's criminal how late in the game Amane is too.
Oh yeah, Amade's is also insane. It's close to the end as well. Okay, let's head into the theories, what people were saying. Okay, so kind of changing the prerogative of both the theories that you had and the people had as in general is the original theory is that he was doing organ transplants to save his wife. So it seems like that theory is gone because of the voice drama and everything like that. Now it seems okay, he was not doing that. He was just doing organ transplants in general from brain dead patients. So not necessarily giving him to his brain dead wife, just in general, right? Just a general hospital setting of doing organ transplants for people who need them, who are in critical condition.
I see.
Yeah. At least that's that's what people are thinking. Whether people are right or wrong, we don't know yet. But that's how the theory has kind of evolved. Second point. Went from don't save to please save me. Yep. Can keep Fuuta and Mahiru alive from their injuries. Yep. Still considers himself a bad person, but he says he has a use. He cannot hear the voices. Okay, I even put that here. Yeah, so he cannot hear the voices.
Yeah.
So another person who cannot hear the voices. Is there a correlation? Maybe. Versus who can or who can't. He was voted innocent, so maybe I don't know who ties that. Considers some terrible. Oh yeah, I don't know why I put that twice. Yeah, he wasn't harvesting. He was transplanting, so just normal transplanting. He wasn't doing the transplants to save his wife. He did them out of a medical logic. Yeah, so to him, logically in the medical field, like obviously getting organs from a brain dead patient who cannot be revived to save another person's life who's in critical condition makes more sense than keeping somebody who's just brain dead there, and it's like they have no chance of being saved anyway. So that was his logic beforehand. Save the lives of people by using the organs of those on life support, and had to request directly. Going back to the first music video of the people who were remember the couple that was yelling at him.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that was probably a couple who he told them that we need to save this other patient. Can we do an organ transplant? Because you know your family member is brain dead. Of course, they were like yelling at him. Of course. For that reason. And then here we go, going to the kind of the accident. So family might have been into an accident. The kids are gone, but only wife is brain dead. You kind of clocked that. You were saying like, oh, maybe they were in an accident because like the wife was quote unquote survived. She was brain dead, but two of the kids aren't there anymore, no matter what. And that could have been symbolized by the fact that like at first they were see-through, right at the end. They were see-through and then they faded. So they were see-through first and then they kind of faded away after. So he realized this is the situation he was putting others in. So then he sees himself as a horrible person. So at first he didn't really. Yeah. So at first he kind of just saw himself as like a doctor, right? Just doing what he had to do. Like this is probably just his normal job, right? But then when it's his own family, he's like, oh shoot, this is the situation I've been putting people into this and like all these other times. He's like, I'm a monster, right? That's why he sees himself as guilty. That's why he sees himself as a monster. Because he's just like having that big realization of just like, because who knows how many times he's done this. He said this during the voice drama of just like, nobody has killed as many people as I have.
Right.
Because now he sees it as his own killing, right? And this is kind of tying to the fruit thing here. He says, or people came to the conclusion of, instead of having his brain dead wife's organs used to save somebody else's life, he let them quote unquote rot. So that's kind of the thing with the fruits, is when the fruits are first on the table. I don't know if I can find it. Okay, yeah, this is the second time they're on there. Yeah, there you go. First time. So this is the first time the fruits are on the table, right? So this is symbolic of like, oh, this was her body when right after the accident, quote unquote, where it's just like it's just there and they're able to be used to save somebody else's life, right?
Right.
So this is kind of like congruent to like, oh, his wife and like his wife's organs could have saved somebody else's life, but he chose not to. Right? Even though he told other people that they should do that, he chose not to. So now what does that mean? Now they are rotting away, right? Now you just let them sit there, quote unquote, and they just kind of rotted away. And instead of maybe saving somebody else's life, you kind of did nothing with it. So he's just kind of thinking about that.
So I'm guessing probably he left her on life support for like a pretty long time, and then eventually they had to pull the plug and her organs weren't usable anymore.
Yes, yeah. By that time, they were probably not usable anymore. Exactly. Triage, the name of the music video. Triage is the process of prioritizing treatment. So, in terms of treatment priority, there's different color codes about like, oh, who should we treat first? Critical condition, right? Somebody who just comes in to the emergency room to I just have a problem, right? You know, somebody who's like not immediate critical, like kind of mid critical or like not critical at all, right? So I don't know if you clocked the colors. He says at some point something with red. I wish I made a point to remember where timestamp was that for that.
Yeah, I don't think I caught that.
Yeah, there's one point in the music video. He's like, "Give me the red sticker." Well, anyway, okay, I'm just gonna tell you. So he says the lyric, "Give me the red sticker." The red sticker is emergency treatment. The red sticker means emergency treatment. So he wants the red sticker probably for his family, where like they get emergency treatment, and then which is probably like the highest priority of treatment, right? And then black sticker means deceased, which is constantly what we're seeing in all the PVs, right? With all the stickers, they're all black stickers.
Gotcha. Okay.
again, going back to that theory, you noticed it with the kid. He gave his own kid one of the stickers.
So he
and-
gave his kid like the deceased sticker.
Yeah, because it may and maybe it was what you said, where like maybe he could have even been working on them, but he couldn't save his kid's life, and that's why he had to hand his kid there you go. He had to hand his kid the black sticker because they were deceased potentially.
Mm-hmm.
And
Imagine
then,
having to
going into
declare
the-
your own child dead as a doctor.
Yeah. Crazy. And then going back to all the fruits, right? They were all brain dead patients, so brain dead patients would also be labeled with the black sticker. Because
right.
Potentially, I don't know. Don't quote me on that in terms of real life legality. In terms of this anime world, that's kind of what they're saying. But I don't know about I don't know. I don't know about the medical field in that.
Yeah,
aspect,
I'm not like a medical expert either, but like from my own personal like interpretation, I think once the brain is dead, there's like maybe like a 0.00000000001 million zeros and then 1% so that they could even come back from that. And if they did, like their life would be forever changed. So like at that point, they're pretty much basically dead, all but a name.
And then the final point. This would explain why he's so hard on himself in the first PV, because again, he sees himself as like, at first of like, oh, I'm just a doctor doing my job, and then when the situation happens to him and he can't be like, I'm not using my family members' parts to save somebody else's life, that's why he sees himself as a monster, because he's been doing this to so many people.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So crazy. All right. What do we think about this? Thoughts for triage?
Given what I know now, I can probably say, like, yeah, what he did was questionable, but I can't necessarily personally view it as, like, a crime. I do think it's kind of a little weird to be kind of pushy towards patients, like, hey, can we harvest your kid or your relative or their organs to save this other patient? Because normally how that happens is just, like, the person in question, they'll sign up to be an organ donor, and then presumably if they die or become brain dead, that's when the organs are transplanted.
Right, and it's implied that he's like, outside of that, he's kind of like pushing people to kind of like do this.
Yeah, it's like, it's not necessarily a crime, but it's kind of like a really weird thing to do and kind of cruel thing to do. Like, I don't necessarily think you should keep a brain dead patient on life support because they're like, there's no way they're coming back. But like, again, as like Shidou mentioned before, like I haven't been in like people's shoes before. So if it were me in that situation, I don't think I would be able to pull the plug that easily either, right? So like, I can understand his guilt in that scenario. But even with all that being said, again, it turns out that he wasn't like maliciously like harvesting organs or anything like that.
It's definitely perspective there.
And then we still kind of need Fuuta and Mahiru to like stay alive to at least can they even share their testimonies at this point? Like poor Mahiru.
The meta vote is there. The meta vote is there too.
Girlie is like, is she comatose right now? What if her song is just her nightmare?
She's up next. We're probably not gonna get to it, but Mahiru's next.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna say anything, but yeah, she's up next. She is up next.
Okay. But yeah, I guess I would vote innocent.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Begrudgingly, I vote innocent. I wish I were not spoiled, but well, you guys got what you wanted. Shidou's innocent.
Yeah. Unfortunately, this is the big one. Which I should have said this at the beginning, but of course, don't do not spoil things. This does influence certain things. Yeah. Okay. All right. Chad is voted innocent. Ari is voted innocent. Oh yeah. So for my opinion, exact same thing that you're saying. I think at the start, even at the first trial, I would personally vote him innocent. because like even in the first try I was like, oh, it's probably from like brain dead patients. I didn't think he was actively killing live patients, right, to get their organs. I think I always assumed it was always brain dead. But yeah, it was a bit sus at first to be like, oh, was he doing it to save his wife?
Right. Yeah.
But it turns out like no, this was just more so a process he was doing. And then I think the symbolism from the previous thing is like he was just hoping his wife would get up. But it's like no, it was always fated for her to pass on.
Yeah, just like set against the context of everything, that first music video made it a little too suspicious.
yeah, which does make sense because I do think he was trying his best to make himself seem guilty. So
yeah,
that could have
he did have an agenda. He was like, "Please vote me guilty. I need to be punished."
Which is so interesting because just like imagine if it happened, right? Because then he would also get attacked.
Yeah.
Like, he would also have gotten attacked if he was voted guilty. So
I wonder if I don't know if they ever mentioned that in that audio drama, but like I imagine like treating Fuuta and Mahiru and then being like, oh my god, that could have happened to me.
Not really. Yeah, he was more so worried about like stopping everything. He was like, he just needs to stop like now. Yeah, he was
too busy to like maybe like talk about it, but surely the thought must have crossed his mind at some point.
Yeah, probably. probably. Yeah, I think the only one who was guilty but wasn't attacked was Amane.
Yeah.
Who's already kind of cuckoo for Cocoa Puff, so I don't think maybe I don't even know if she was thinking of that at all. Who knows what she's thinking? Yeah, who knows what she's thinking?
Well, we'll find out. Hopefully.
Mahiru, the accent wasn't your fault. Oh man, Mahiru's music video is so good. Like I'm like I want to watch it so bad, but pacing and things like that. It's a really good one though. All right, let us see what the final verdict was. It was innocent.
Yeah.
This is the biggest innocent I think of all of them. 81.9. I highly doubt many people was gonna vote him guilty. Even if you didn't agree with what he did, even if you don't like him, just again, if you keep him alive, you keep alive two people, which is Fuuta and
I feel like the only people who voted him guilty are either the ones who were still sure he kind of committed some crime of some sorts, or they were like the ones, let's vote him guilty for funsies. Teehee. Let's let the two people die.
I think you always have that 10% no matter what. I'm just like, I'm just doing what other people are doing. Yeah. But yeah, this is the big one. I think I even said this last time. I was like, oh yeah, somebody's at 80. Yeah, This is who it was. It was Shidou who was at 81.
Interesting. Yeah, I understand now why he's a fan favorite.
Yeah.
But he's not my fan favorite. I'll hang on to that.
This is what happens when you spoil. You ruin the experience for people. So that's you spoil.
All right. Well, that was really interesting.
So yeah, what do you think so far? We're halfway through the second half.
Honestly, I think I feel very vindicated that most of my guesses were on the mark, at least so far.
Yeah. You definitely called out Fuuta for being innocent, and then people have changed their mind about that. Same thing about not Mahiru, Muu. Same thing about Muu.
Yeah, Muu, and the Yuno continued to be innocent, so I was like, yes, my girlie is safe. I think right now, like, I'm not so much concerned about like necessarily the verdicts of most characters at this point, but like, what's the greater ramifications of being in Milgram?
Exactly.
What's up with like the voices that certain characters can hear? Which, if I remember correctly, I think it's people who have been voted guilty that can hear the voices.
Let me double think. Yuno mentioned it. Fuuta, no, Yuno mentioned it.
Yeah.
She was pissed off at them, and she was innocent the first time.
Oh, was she was innocent the first time?
Yeah, Yuno was innocent.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Then that's interesting then.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's like people maybe have like some vendetta, or like they don't I don't know, they don't agree with the judgment per se.
That's okay.
But Shidou couldn't hear the judgment and he disagreed. Not the
That's
he couldn't
true,
hear
that's
the
true,
voices,
that's
and he
true.
disagreed with the judgment. That's a tough one. I'll have to think about
There
it
is a-
more.
Okay. I will say there is one correlation that somebody clocked. They clocked it, I think, after one of the other ones, so maybe I'll keep that a secret
Yeah,
until.
yeah. Let's wait
Yeah.
until then.
Yeah, but somebody did find a correlation. Whether or not they're correct, we don't know. But yeah, somebody did indeed find a correlation.
Yeah, and then there's still like the overlying question: can people die in Milgram? What's
Yeah,
what's
I
up
mean,
with
yeah, there-
like nabbing them from their real lives? Have they actually been nabbed from the real world, or is this some like weird afterlife or like in between life and death sort of thing?
Yeah, one thing somebody mentioned is like, what if each of these people who are here in Milgram, the last thing that happened is that they died. Right?
Yeah.
Whether of their own choice or not, like, and that's kind of how they got
Yeah,
here.
like again, does this determine if they get into like heaven or hell or some sort of purgatory? I don't know.
Yeah, and then the idea of yeah, maybe you might as well go back and check out that quick music video. That there is 11 whatchamacallit, rooms. There are 11 rooms in Milgram, even though there's only 10 people.
Yeah, I feel like maybe that's the room S is staying in. Maybe that's S's cell.
I do think it is confirmed that nobody's in that cell. Right
Oh, okay.
now. Yeah, S is kind of in the main. So you said there's like a main hall.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I think S sleeps there or one of these side rooms. But yeah, in terms of the prison cells, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. There's 11.
Okay. Huh.
So there's that theory of just like maybe S is number 11, maybe we are number 11, right? And we're not in the cell until somebody dies, right? Because if we go based off the Fuuta theory, according to Fuuta, if Mahiru did indeed die, we would be the same, right?
Right, and
Is
then
that
we
indeed
be
true?
classified as a murderer.
Is
At
that
least by
indeed
his
true?
logic. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. And then we're only put into the cell after maybe one person dies.
So then it's the game to keep everyone alive.
Yeah, like, and it's like, what's the perfect? It's like almost think about this as like imagine this was like a visual novel or like a video
Yeah.
game, right? What is the perfect route of like innocent, guilty, so that everybody's alive? I don't know.
And then again,
Or-
the Milgram experiment, basically the winning answer was to
Exactly.
just not vote at all.
Yep. And you always go back to that too. And I think it was Muu who said no, it wasn't Muu who said that. It was somebody else who said that of just like just don't do anything, right? Like is it possible? Of course it won't be possible because how
Yeah.
people are, right? Trolls are always going to be there. But like is it possible for nobody to vote? Like what happens if nobody votes?
Maybe people need to be reminded
you-
of that in the third trial. But I feel
Yeah,
like it
or-
still won't happen, right? Like, I'm pretty sure there are people who don't like follow like the audio dramas or like
Oh,
the,
yeah,
the things
not at all.
outside of the music videos, and they just continue to vote.
Yeah, which is everybody has the right to. I will say, kind of like not a mini spoiler because this is more of like something that happens outside. There is one situation where kind of people outside of the Milgram fan base, there was some voting going on there, and then something happened. Where there's a story there for that essentially. Which when we get to there, I'll tell you about it.
Yeah, because that's interesting. Like, especially because like, since obviously the writers behind Milgram are paying attention to like the overall public reception.
Yeah.
So the way they could write that into the lore, there's so many possibilities.
Yeah, that too. Like, we didn't talk about that too much, but like, I think maybe another potential angle is like voting somebody innocent or guilty, and then how we communicate about them changes how they think. Because like we saw that with Yuno, is that we voted Yuno innocent, but most people voted Yuno innocent because they thought she was like naive.
Yeah.
But it's just like, okay, what if people voted her innocent and like they agreed with her mentality of just like, it's her life, she can do whatever she wants. Even what she did is wrong. It's like, okay, you can do whatever you want. Would that have changed things? I don't know.
It's okay, baby girl. I thought you were innocent no matter what your situation was.
Right. But yeah, that is the first half. That is the first half of the second trials. Hope you guys enjoyed.
I have
Really
to say
hyped for the
though,
second
out
half.
of like the 5 songs like that we've listened
yeah, what'd you
to,
think about
what's
the
your
songs? Yeah.
favorite?
Yeah, man, Muu's is so. I think Muu's
Yeah.
and Fuuta's are like the two best.
Yeah,
in my
honestly,
opinion.
same. Like,
Yeah,
I
they're
always love
really
when Deco
catchy.
27 goes down like a rock path. I just love songs with like rock and metal elements. But then
Yup,
also
I love it,
Moo's
love it,
songs
love it.
are just classic peak Deco 27
Yeah, they're-
Vocaloid
yeah.
pop production. Chef's kiss immaculate.
There's so much of that like good pop energy and like yeah, it's so catchy.
Yeah,
catchy.
definitely looking forward to seeing what more musical stuff he cooks up for the second half of the second trial.
And eventually the third one as well.
Okay, and then outside of song, what music video did you like the most?
Music video.
And chat, let me know too. Out of the first 5, what was your favorite music video?
It also might be Muu's. Just like her design as like the insect queen.
Yeah,
is just it just really does hit.
It's really unique symbolic
It's
imagery.
very striking.
Yeah,
It's very striking. Because again, I came from a situation of like I thought she was being bullied, and the situation was she was just retaliating after getting bullied for so long. But then finding out like, oh no, she started this. Like this started with her. Like it just the bug thing just really hit me especially hard. But like the visuals of it are just like so
yeah. In terms of visuals, definitely has to be Muu's. I think in terms of like making me like think a little bit more about what's being presented, I think I liked Yuno's and Haruka's the most. I think there was like a lot of like interesting imagery that was like a bit more subtle. So you kind of had to like think and analyze a little bit more. It kind of had me feeling like I was reading another classic novel in high school.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, in terms of like the meta angle, I think my favorite is Fuuta's because like when I saw the other prisoners there, I was like, wait, that can happen? Yeah. I was like, I didn't know that could happen. I was like, wait, I thought this was only gonna be about their crime.
That was like the biggest jaw dropper for me so far. Seeing the prisoners and the eyes. Yeah.
Yeah. And then S at the end, oh my, like that's probably the best ender for me, is just seeing S at the end like spray painting.
Right. I think in terms of like hype aura forming, definitely Fuuta's.
Yeah, that one was good too. Yeah, and the music was good too for that one, of course.
But yeah, we'll have to see what gets cooked up for the last 5 another time.
Yep.
Yeah.
5 are next.
Surely no bias Haruka's, no, but seriously, the whiplash of the animation budget going from Trial 1 Haruka to Trial 2 was amazing, but if it was the content of the music video, it's probably Fuuta. Yeah, very understandable. And yeah, the budget increase has been insane. To be fair, like, I also enjoyed, like, the first Trial music videos for what they were, and I think they did a lot with the budget that they had to work with. Probably, like, to an extent, a little bit more creative, too, because, like, when you have, like, a limited, like, supply of resources to work with, you kind of have to, like, think smarter and not harder. But they got to flex a lot more in the second Trial music videos, and I think it's all the better for it.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, seeing those enhancements. Yeah, I think all of them are like, and so, yeah, in terms of like, quality wise, like it's insane how much like good the quality is. It's really good.
But yeah, I think like the overall consensus is like Muu's is like the top by far for both song and music video, which like yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, can definitely see that.
Yeah. One last thing since we're talking about popularity.
Yeah.
Well. So the most viewed music video we have not watched yet. So get hype for that as well. Yeah.
Is that maybe it's Amane's? It's either Amane's or Kotoko's. I'm calling it now.
Okay, yeah, I won't say what it is. So
Yeah.
But one of the number one most viewed music video has yet to be played yet.
I will not go on the Milgram channel and spoil myself.
Yeah. I really hope you don't get, because these first 5 are really crazy. These last 5, like, whoa, some of them.
It's kind of like when you're watching like an anime show and like the first season is like, or the first half of a season is mostly setup, and then you get to the second half of the season or like the second core, and then all of like the plot threads start coming together and you see the payoff of everything.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah. I really want to see your reaction to those. I'm so excited. Yeah, for sure. We'll be trying to schedule a part 2 soon, so we'll post announcements in our Discords and social media. And in my case, my YouTube as well when that's scheduled.
Keep an eye out.
Yeah. And if you want to stay connected with me on my socials, well, those are my Discord and Twitter and Blue Sky right there. Especially my Discord, we do a lot of activities like group watches and sometimes game nights. So if you guys are interested in that, feel free to join too.
Oh yeah. Here, let me post. Might as well. Yeah, follow the Discord.
Yeah,
follow YouTube.
get connected with us. I post some dank memes on my Twitter.
Oh, dude, I posted one. I don't know if you saw it. I posted one after Skirk got drip marketed.
Oh, is it the one with the credit card?
Yeah, it's the editor thing. The credit. I made that. Yeah. Yeah, it's her holding a credit card. You know what's double funny with that one is for some reason Twitter recommended me the Japanese drip marketing, and I was just like, hey, I'll just put the meme in here because like maybe the Japanese will like it too. And like that one's also getting good likes. That's pretty funny.
I mean, in Japan and China, they wail. Dahlia's trip was out now. Yeah, I saw.
Yeah, they released that like 5 hours after like I had ended stream by then. I was like, what the frick? Like, what do you guys? What? I'll have to look at that in detail now.
Yeah.
But they dripped it 4 hours after. What? Crazy.
Yeah. If some of you guys are unfamiliar with what we're talking about, we're talking about like 2 characters from Genshin Impact, which is the game that we play. I don't stream Genshin. I stream Honkai Star Rail instead. But yeah. Yeah, there's like 2 upcoming characters that will release in the next patch of the game of Genshin.
Yeah.
But yeah, if you're interested in my content, I generally stream like Honkai Star Rail stuff, visual novels, JRPGs, sometimes rhythm games, so a good healthy variety, including some yapping stuff like my collabs with Meteor for Milgram and other reaction stuff. And I'm trying to launch some more yapping content soon, so if you guys are interested in that, feel free to stick around. Oh, thank you for the follow, Diana. Thank you.
Hype.
Thank you for sending away your soul to me to Naman for all eternity. No takesy backsies. I forgot to do that spiel the entire stream.
No, you're locked in. No problem.
Yeah, the lore is that I am a gumiho, aka a Korean foxgirl kind of demon, and I consume human souls, so your soul is mine now.
Don't worry, she's not going to Milgram. Yeah, apparently that's okay.
Don't worry, it was a consensual contract between you and me just now. So I haven't murdered anyone. In fact, my chat likes to keep framing me because they think that I eat livers, and I don't eat livers. I'm a humanitarian gumiho, thank you very much.
Interesting.
I'm vegetarian.
Oh, wow.
I'm a vegetarian gumiho. I only eat souls. I don't eat, human meat. That sounded so weird. To be clear, I'm not a vegetarian IRL. I was making a joke.
I'm not either.
Of demon, why cute? But I'm not cute. I'm cool. I'm cool, not cute. I'm cool.
AEWL.
Satoshi wants you to think we don't have legal representation. I am your legal representation. What are you talking about? There are some other wanderlings, by the way, all my followers are called wanderlings, that are trying to form their own little legal representation circle, but joke's on them. I will defeat them every time.
Not a democracy.
Exactly. Don't worry, you'll be very happy in my non-democracy society. I can 100% guarantee it.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for having me tonight again,
Yeah,
Meteor.
thank you for coming.
Yeah. Had so much fun reacting to this batch in particular. You cooked so hard with the slides as always.
Oh, of course. I was gotta make it good. I was like, oh man, if it's Ferrari, we gotta go to the super level.
I appreciate it lots. But yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it for me for tonight. I've been streaming since 7 p.m, so I'm bored. I'm pretty much coming up on almost 5 hours. Oh my god, Meteor?
Yeah, I did. What's to end the screen share and I hit end call by accident.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, I was supposed to say, yeah, I was just saying, like, yeah, get some good rest and all that.
Yeah. For my Wanderlings, once again, my schedule. I will be streaming Honkai Star Rail of the 3.2 quest tomorrow and Friday. I have it scheduled as 7 p.m. officially, but it might be a little later depending on my IRL schedule. So I'll keep you guys posted. Yeah. But yeah, once again, thank you so much for having me, Meteor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll see you guys in another time.
See you later. Oh my gosh, ow. See you guys later. Some people don't stuff.
Bye.
See ya. See ya.
Alrighty. Gotta leave. Stream together as well. Bye, guys! Alrighty, Wanderlings. I'm gonna see who we can raid. I might raid into Meteors, but I also want to see who else is live. This was fun. Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed. And definitely we'll be doing a part 2 soon. Let's see. Who is live? We might just end up raiding Meteor anyway, which is fine. Alright, yeah. No one else I know is live, so we're gonna raid him. I'm pretty sure he does like some post-collab content usually, so let's do that. Our raid message, which you guys can copy and paste, is gonna be let's do derps. Let's do derps. I still need to make a raid command, exclamation raid command message. Someone remind me to do that later, either in the Discord or in the next stream. But yeah, thank you guys so much for coming tonight. It was really fun on my first stream being back from being sick for like a whole week or so. So I hope you guys enjoyed. Again, I'll be live tomorrow, but if I don't see you guys then, I'll simply catch you another time in the next one. So have a good night, guys. Gumi Ari night. Bye bye.